What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Friday, May 16th, 2025. We are standing at the beginning of the Polderbaan, where they're working around the box, as you already saw just now. It is a typical day, otherwise, with respect to runway use, wind from the north, and that means parallel departures and landings on 06 and 36 right, just like was the case yesterday and the many days before. A warm welcome to everybody. Marja, goedenavond. Bill, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. Also, good morning and congratulations and big thank you to Floris Hendricks, who is celebrating 15 months of membership. He says, time flies when you are having fun, already before the stream began. Floris, mate, thank you so much for your continued support. I hope you still like being a member and everything in the lounge is still to your liking. Congratulations on your 15-month membership and thank you so much for the ongoing support, my friend. Now, if all is well, we are going to see a Suparna 747 that will be leaving for Nanjing in China. It has just cleared the southern threshold of the center runway and is taxiing this way. United Airlines Flight 71 to Newark on the right in the background, coming this way. KLM Flight 983 to London City and Embraer 190 over here in the foreground. Bill J, good morning. DP 2017, goedemorgen. Jeroen, goedemorgen. Het Tim zit, Kasper, Peter, JW Dutch, Leo, Martijn, Razor 013, Leroy, Ricardo, het Tim zit, Enka, Ramon, Bart, JT, good morning one and all. Harm, goedemorgen. Mrs. Professor, good morning. And also a very good morning to Jackie, who is also celebrating today 23 months of membership. One to go before Blue. Good morning all. Jackie, goedemorgen kerel. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Thank you so much for the continued support. Almost 2 years a member now. One more month to go in the deep green, as it were. Thank you so much for the ongoing support. Congratulations. I hope you still like being a mod, still like being a member, and everything in the lounge is still to your liking. Hit me up if something is amiss and let me see what I can do then to fix it. Jackie, almost Blue. Congratulations once again and thank you so much for all the support, mate. Good morning, Andre 202. Leo, good morning. Milan, good morning. A very good morning to all. Happy Friday. So yeah, it is a bit more busy on this side than otherwise would have been the case. Yeah, I tried stepping a bit backwards, a bit further to the roundabout. It doesn't matter, it's still in the way. So I thought might as well just stand where I'm normally stood, so we at least have a chance of having direct close-up headshots if anybody is taking Cheater's lane. It's a bit cloudy. I thought I saw on the satellite footage that land inward it is more sunny. We're having some clouds that formed over sea that are drifting in via the west coast. So the western half is a bit more cloudy, although the sun, as you can see, is still shining through the clouds every now and then. Probably as the sun rises higher above the horizon and gains more strength and everything warms up more, the clouds will probably dissipate gradually. So Suparna is already underway. Reticent Wife, good morning. Eddie, good morning. Martien, goedemorgen. Dirk, goedemorgen. Hope I didn't miss anybody. Welcome one and all. So yeah, the sun now temporarily shining over here. They're spraying, they're watering the land. There was a fire on a vessel in the port and smoke is drifting still over the city. It's a bit hard to see, it was a bit more apparent in the morning. Earlier when I arrived here, the field right behind the tube, or the pipe, the grass was being mown. But the person doing it has already finished. It was quite nice to see. Always nice smell as well, freshly cut grass. Hey there Bobbers, good morning. Harm, goedemorgen. Tina, goedemorgen. Daniel, goedemorgen. Christel, goedemorgen. This is United to Newark, a 777-200 Flight 71. Registration November 787, Uniform Alpha. And she's 28. Twenty-eight-year-old airplane, first flight October 1996. That's all well and good, but Her Majesty the Queen is coming. Suparna. Her Majesty has arrived on the scene, and there she is. She's coming this way, off to Nanjing in China. More celebrations today. Mrs. Professor is also celebrating, and she is celebrating no less than 20 months of membership. 4 more months. Oh, that's the wrong message. That's Maria congratulating Mrs. Professor. I need to be one message up. There it is, Mrs. Professor celebrating 20 months of membership. A few more months to joining Team Blue. I'm sure you'll get there. Time moves quickly, and I'm pretty sure you'll stick around for that hallmark turning blue. Mrs. Professor, in the meantime, a big thank you for all the support that you have given the channel ever since you've become a member and already before it as a frequent visitor. Hope everything is still to your liking in the lounge. Upwards and onwards. Thank you so much, Mrs. Professor. Roy, goedemorgen kerel, good to see ya. Jetstream Journeys, good morning. Aman, good morning. Richard, goedemorgen. Big Al, what up mate? Good to see ya. Another beautiful day in paradise. Indeed it is, indeed it is. More celebrations. Let's go back to the computer. Daniel van Braam, celebrating half a year of membership. He has turned yellow today. Daniel says, time flies when you're having fun. Daniel, thank you so much for your support, my friend. Hope everything is to your liking in the lounge. I sound like a broken record, I know, but I mean it. If any of you guys have any suggestions, let me know. Hope everything is still to your liking, Daniel. Thank you so much for your support. Daniel has turned yellow, and 6 more months and he'll be turning green. Now, Suparna is coming, going to Nanjing in China. And what a combination. Behind it is Delta Airlines Flight 133, which is an A350. Off to Detroit. Hadi Daan, goedemorgen. Aviation Dallas, good morning mate, welcome back. Neil, good morning. Ramos, good morning. Hey Tim Sit, I think I already said hi to. Now, wouldn't it be a blast if it turned right? Taking Cheater's Lane, but yeah, we know it's not going to happen. Still, we can dream, can't we? Nice way to start the stream. I wasn't sure we were going to see any 747s. So I'm thrilled that we already caught one in the first 15 minutes of the show. Suparna Airlines Flight 87414 to Nanjing in China. This is a 747-400 freighter. Registration Bravo 2437. This particular airplane is already 33 years old. First flight was in August 1991. So that's the month I turned 9. So yeah, still heavily in elementary school, a couple of years more to go. Probably hadn't even begun learning English yet. Wolfgang, servus mate. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Perfect timing. Diana, goedemorgen. Dennis, good morning. Thunderblast time. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Rob, goedemorgen. Edwin, goedemorgen. Wookie, goedemorgen. Now, I'm also looking at what is going on to the left. Also a long distance headshot now from an A350. Also something that you don't get to see every day. Is it holding at the Delta reserved parking space for A330s? It looks like it. Right, first up. Our Queen will leave to Nanjing in China. Suparna Airlines flight 87414. Queenie is going, but the A350 to the right of me is still standing where it was a couple of minutes ago. It does look like Delta has their own private parking space there, doesn't it? If it's not the A330 standing there, it's an A350 now today. Wonder why that is. And you're always welcome to visit Jetstream Journeys. Just take note that I, when streaming, am not able to talk extensively to people around me. But you're always welcome to come over and say hi if you're in the vicinity, of course. So yeah, we have an A350 that is just standing here. Delta Airlines flight 133, which is supposed to go to Detroit, Michigan, and my camera is moving up a little bit, means it is back heavy. Let me slide it forward just a little bit. It always depends on the wind. Let's release. Yeah, now it is perfectly stable when I let go of the camera. That's what it's supposed to be, properly balanced. Dirkie was just in time if you saw the departure of the 747. Bevroren patat as well. Perfect timing, guys. Hey there, Thibaut. Goedemorgen. Maroof, good morning. And we are at the Polderbaan Aviation Master. Vlekje Flapje, goedemorgen. B from Istanbul, good morning. JT says that the A350 is trying to challenge you. Does look like it, doesn't it? Well, I like these headshots. It's a pretty airplane to be looking at. A very good morning to all who have joined. If you joined us only a minute ago, you already missed the first queen of the show. Or at least one queen. I'm not sure if we're going to see more, but Suparna just now took off to Nanjing in China. Peppy Pittel, servus. Schön, dass du auch wieder mal dabei bist. Herzlich willkommen. Nate Hotshot, good morning. Christopher, good morning. Or good evening to you then, if you're from Brisbane and already had most of your day behind you. Have, I should say. Nico, goedemorgen. Aviation Master, good morning. Marjan, goedemorgen. Martin R, goedemorgen kerel. Peter wonders if the A350 didn't pay the kerosene bill. Could be. Or maybe Schiphol is imposing tariffs on the Polderbaan for US airplanes and they first need to cough that up. Piotr, good morning. Paul, goedemorgen. Tuning in from sunny Iceland. Hey, that's a change from Noordwijk or Leiden. Fijne vakantie. Enjoy your vacation. I'm going to the threshold. That's what the 737 is saying. Look at me, I'm moving. I'm going places. Indeed, Aviation Master, the A340-600 is expected to take off from this runway later in the morning. That should also be coming this way. Indeed, Eftel boy, plane staring contest. Who's going to give up the first? Not me. QJ, good morning. Welcome back. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing at the Polderbaan with a staring contest now with a Delta A350. KLM 737-800 to Dublin, Ireland is now taking off. There are vehicles in the foreground driving past. And the A350 is giving up. He says, well, screw it. I'm going to the threshold then and just take off then. So, winner, winner, chicken dinner. That's us. We won. Now, if you look closely, you can see that they are working at the ILS box, the red and white. It's subtle, you have to look closely, but if you're very vigilant, you will see. Thomas Muller, good morning. Patrick, goedemorgen. Flores says, I feel the pilot will lose the staring contest, he will fly off soon. Yeah, sore loser. Where one staring contest ends, another one begins. Jeff, good morning. Jeff says, we'll see who rusts first. Yeah, well, with that composite, I'm sure I will be the one who's rusty first. KLM 737-900 to Copenhagen, flight 1269. They're working here, it's subtle, you have to look closely, but you might see something of it. Right. Here it is, the losing A350, now finally taking off to Detroit, Michigan, Delta Airlines flight 133. And this is the November 503 Delta November. 7-year-old airplane, first flight September 2017. Optimus Toaster also back in the chat, good morning mate. He says, I can't believe BAM are getting in the way at work and on stream. Yeah. Cheeky bastards. It's the firefighters. Some people are trying to sleep, you know. Noisy buggers. Yeah. They're like, move, Yatch, get out of the way, get out of the way. Right, the platoon of firefighters passing by, morning round. The BAM guys are making room. Oh, they need to slow down. Careful. Does it fit? Only just. Vehicles on both sides of the firefighter vehicles. They're so busy concentrating not to crash into any vehicles, they cannot even be bothered to sound the horn. Do get away from the driver. And away from the... Yes! Away from the passenger on board the airplane, on board the third vehicle. Right, that was the Three Musketeers as Xbox drummer appropriately nicknamed them. Hey there, John Dutch Canadian. Good morning, my friend. Welcome back, and welcome to the show, everybody else who might have joined us already. You're watching AMS Live. This is the Polderbaan. My name is Boy, and if you joined us only just now, you probably have missed Suparna's departure already. First Queen in the pocket, left for Nanjing in China. Veldi, guten Morgen. Air Hoogvee, goedemorgen. David Chang, good morning. The Blusketeers. Blus is putting out with putting out a fire. Blussen is the Dutch verb for putting out, as in putting out a fire. So Blusketeers instead of musketeers is a play on words in Dutch. That is appropriate for the firefighters. Lans Plenamore, good morning. Florian, goedemorgen. No cheaters to cheaters lane just yet. EasyJet is continuing to the runway threshold. That is flight 221622 Person-Chester. I was about to say it incorrectly. The non-woke version. Of course, we here at AMS Live are extremely woke. If I were sleeping, I wouldn't be able to film. Aer Lingus, flight 603 to Dublin, A320, next to pass by. And for Go, taking Cheaters Lane. Alex, goedemorgen. And then two KLM's, number 175 to Christian Sand. And a 737-700 to Göteborg. And the ladder, the ladder is taking Cheaters Lane. Another staring contest in the making. Adi Patrick, goedemorgen. That is K5 in the background. EasyJet flight 22162 to Person-Chester, and A320 is now taking off in the foreground. Yeah, and that was the cheater on Cheaters Lane lining up here. KLM flight 1231 to Göteborg. Just a little bit of shit in the way. Jose Luis, buenos dias. Rosie Groovy, good morning. Leon, goedemorgen, good morning. Trophic Burr, good morning. Right, next up, Shamrock flight 6030 to Dublin, Ireland. And this is an A320 Irish registered. That's a surprise. 16 years old, first flight December 2008. If I'm not mistaken, Suriname A340-600 should be getting pushed back sometime soon. Should be coming this way. Welcome back, bonjour et bienvenue. Mika, goedemorgen. Davy, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. The firefighters are returning to their station. The first vehicle has arrived on the scene. The other ones are now arriving. You can also see the windsock indicating how much wind there is. It is a bit breezy, and when the sun isn't shining, it is actually a bit chilly. KLM flight 601 to LAX 78710 is arriving here on the scene and lined up. And now coming this way is KLM flight 1185 to Christiansand. That's an Embraer 175. There was a mentioning of a 747 from Lufty overhead. I think I saw it just now vanishing behind the clouds. It is still, well, cloudy and also a bit wet, but that's courtesy of the firefighters. We have a small opening here in the cloudiness directly west of me. Looking to the east, land inward, things are more closed. Looking to the south, also a small gap now where a control can be seen. It is also the KLM 100 years 78710 that will be flying to LAX. Here it is. It's the PHBKA. With the KLM 100 years livery, a livery that is now 5 years outdated. This airplane is from 2019, June 2019. More traffic is coming this way. Look like heavy hitters. 787-10 to Houston and a 777-300 to Lima. Also a very good morning to Gerrit, who made a long cycle trip from Rijnsburg to the Kaagbaan. Unfortunately, he could not reach the spot by bike. Very disappointing, he says. Why weren't you able to reach the spot by bicycle then? And indeed, Coast Guard is leaving. It is over there. The Dash 8-100 from the Coast Guard doing a flyby here. De Havilland Dash 8-100, 39 years old, first flight February 1986. 1986. I was only 4 years old back then. Pretty machine. Pretty machine going out for a coastal patrol. Right, 78710, 777-300. More heavy hitters are following. The second batch, KLM Flight 605 to San Francisco, 777-200. In the middle, American Airlines Flight 203 to Philly. And in the background, Delta Airlines Flight 47 to New York, JFK. So that's 5 consecutive wide bodies coming this way, guys. Indeed, Dedeki, kijken is liken. If you're watching, don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't already. It's a free and easy way to support the channel if you think that this channel's content is worthwhile sharing with more aviation enthusiasts who, like yourselves, are interested in live streams like these. Hey there, Ray, good morning, and welcome to the show, Dexus. For those of you joining us only just now, welcome to the show. First of all, you may have missed the departure of Suparna Airlines already. We already had a queen in the show, it left already. Not sure if we are going to see more 747s in the duration of the stream, but fingers crossed. This is KLM Flight 661 to Houston in Texas. It's a 787-10 Dreamliner, the PHBKK. 4 years old, first flight December 2020. Keen observers among you will have noticed that they're doing some construction work here around that red-white ILS box. It's subtle, but yeah. I tried moving back to the roundabout a bit, or back a bit away from the canal I'm standing next to. It doesn't matter, you can still see it, so I thought might as well just stand at the location I'm normally standing at so that I'm in line with cheaters lane in case any cheaters take off. When I come back on Sunday, I'm going to stand on the northern side. Shouldn't be that much in the way anymore then, if all is well. Over here we have KLM Flight 743 that's going to Lima in Peru. Peru is in Latin America. You know what other country lies there? Of course it is. KLM Flight 743 is a 777-300. PHBVU is the registration. It is 7 years old. First flight September 2017. Good morning, James, Eric, and all the other people who may have joined us in the meantime. You're watching Amos Live. My name is Boy and we're standing here at the Polderbaan in use as runway 36 left, primary runway for outbound traffic. Parallel departures now in progress, and a BA with a different snout. That's the clown livery. It is continuing to the runway threshold though, so for now everything is leaving in the order of appearance. This is KLM Flight 605 to San Francisco, 777-200 PHBQO. First flight was in January 2007. And that's K5, which used to be K1. The license plate still says K1, but we know better. Next up, American Airlines, flight 203, destined to go to Philadelphia in Pennsylvania. It's a Boeing 7878 Dreamliner, the November 810 Alpha November. It is 9 years old. First flight was in September 2015. The second narrow body, that is from KLM, also lining up, queuing up behind all the other airplanes, so everything is going first in, first out in the order of appearance. Wouter, good morning. Captain Games, good morning. Ricky, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. Ray wonders if K9 has a dog. If they existed, they would have. Absolutely. Hey there, Finn Ratio. Good morning. Bob, good evening, mate. Welcome back. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is the Polderbaan where Delta Airlines is now lining up. Delta Airlines flight 47 to New York, JFK. It's the November 825 November Whiskey, 9 years old, first flight October 2015. It's an A330-300. Hehe, Polderbaan, let's go, Emil says. Absolutely, I like the spirit. Yeah, 9-year-old A330 is pulling up now. Showtime. Gear is retracting, no issues there. So yeah, current status quo. Looking to the north, things look like so. Looking to the west, it looks like this. Looking to the east, it looks like so. And looking to the south, we have BA with a clown's nose lined up right now. She'll be going to London Heathrow once the wake turbulence of the preceding airplane has dissipated sufficiently. BA flight 429, A320, Geur, G-E-U-U-R, 21 years old, first flight May 2003. The infamous Schiphol Elephant once again has been heard but not sighted. From center, now a wide body taking off. And the BA Clown's Nose is pulling up. It also has been given clearance. And indeed, Tim said C registration is Canada. If you're referring to the Dash 8 from the Coast Guard, it is still registered as a Canadian airplane. In the meantime, a very good morning to all who have joined. FJWH, good morning. Erik, goedemorgen. Ian, good morning. Malky, good morning, mate. Welcome to the show, one and all. KLM flight 1293 to Billund is already spooling up. It is a 737-700. Indeed, Rudolph the red-nosed airplane that was from BA. We're at Polderbaan. Can you dig it? I think these people think they can. This is an Embraer 175 going to Stavanger. KLM flight 1175. Neil Jones, good morning. Erik, goedemorgen. This is the PHEXG Echo X-Ray Golf, 9 years old. Bob the Builder at the Polderbaan, indeed. Yeah, there's always something up, isn't there? Air Baltic will be next. 8220, flight 858 to Tallinn. Registration YL Alpha Alpha X-Ray. Yankee Lima Alpha Alpha X-Ray. 4-year-old airplane, first flight September 2020. Goedemorgen, gehuilen baby. Nobody is perfect. Goedemorgen. Lance, good morning. Alan already has to go. It's the annual pacemaker checkup with his dad, I understand. Well, maybe see you later then. Take care, Alan. Air Baltic to Tallinn, underway now. Hey there, Redison guy, good morning. Right, so let's see, we have an A321neo, and for some reason my flight radar seems to be stuck. On my flight radar now, my app, the Air Baltic is still lined up and no airplanes are coming this way. Not sure if you guys have the same issue or if this is just local on my phone app. Right now I'm not seeing any other airplanes coming this way. The only thing I'm still seeing is Air Baltic lined up. So yeah, this is a KLM A321neo. Don't know where it's going to. Leroy has no issues. Is that on the mobile or is that... Right, my flight radar on my phone at least seems to have been frozen. Seems to be frozen. Still frozen. cold as ice. Right, well, in that case, let's just do a reboot. Flight radar server not responding, unable to connect to the server. Try again. Close the app, open it up again. Let's see if that makes a difference. Nothing is loading. So on my phone, flight radar is unable to connect to the server apparently. Yeah, I'm still not having flight radar active here. Doesn't work. Let's see if it works on my laptop. Oh, now it's back. This was KLM flight 1251 to bloody Helsinki in Finland. Let me quickly reinstate split screen so that I can also see the live chat, because I now have only flight radar open. There we go, split screen re-enabled. Okay, seems that everything is updating. Cool. This is KLM flight 741 to Bogota in Colombia. That's right next to... But you already knew that because you guys are all good at topography, right? I'm sure you can all pinpoint these countries on a map. This is KLM flight 741 to Bogota in Colombia. 7879 Dreamliner, the PHBHD, Bravo Hotel Delta. 9 years old, first flight January 2016. And the A340 is also underway. Looks like the airplane preceding it is a KLM A330-200s. That's nice. Relatives back to back. The small cousin and the big uncle. So, it does look like, since the wind is blowing from the north, there are cloud streets forming again. Linear cloud formations in line with the direction of the wind. Between those streets of clouds you can see open blue sky. Hopefully it's going to open up a bit more like it did yesterday during the stream. Here we have Ryanair flight 3101 to Dublin in Ireland. In the meantime, a very good morning to all who have joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. If you joined us only just now, you'll be in time for the departure of the A340-600, which is taxiing this way and shall leave from the Polderbaan, where we are standing next to, in a matter of minutes. If you joined us only just now, you might have been too late already for the departure of the first queen of the show, Suparna Airlines, going to Nanjing in China. This is Ryanair flight 3101 to Dublin. '15-year-old airplane, first flight made 2009. If you look closely, you can also see that they're working right next to the ILS red and white box. It's subtle, but if you look closely, you can see it. In the meantime, a very good morning to all who have joined. Emiel, goedemorgen. Björn, goedemorgen. Brambonesia, good morning. Here we have an A330-200. Its bigger uncle is coming. A340-600. There it is. Hey there, Raj, good morning. Erik, goedemorgen. Ian, good morning. Emroof, good morning. Right. Let's do a back-to-back comparison. A330-200 to Sint Maarten, KLM flight 787. And this is the FWOC, as in what the FWOC just now happened with my flight radar. Luckily it is working again. This is the FWOC to Sint Maarten. What the FWOC? Hey there, Jay, also back in the chat. Welcome back, mate. Happy Friday to you all. Now, FWOC. Time to, retract the landing gear. They're doing it, so no issues there. That gives us the green light to go with the camera. Yeah, the fat cousin of the A330. The Suriname Airways flight 993 to Paramaribo, operated by USC. That was the name of the sports center of my university, the USC, the University Sports Center. That's the association I have with those three letters. What a massively long airplane it is, isn't it? There's a narrow body taxiing behind it, and I wonder if it is going to go via Cheaters Lane, taking off first. Hey there, Doekman, good morning. Good morning, Korean characters. I don't think we have seen Korean airplanes here today. They are often arriving in our local late afternoon, early evening. They always arrive and take off outside of my regular streaming hours in the local evenings. And the EasyJet narrowbody is following, so it's first in, first out in the order of appearance. Means we can focus our whole attention to this A340 now lining up to go to Paramaribo in Suriname. This is the DAUS Delta Alpha Uniform Sierra Zulu, an A340-600. 21 years old. First flight December 2003. Hey there, Dans. Goedemorgen. Good morning. Right. Showtime is about to begin. Spooling up has begun. Now, will it get off the ground? That's the question. It is rotating, it's trying. Will it succeed? Yes, it's airborne. It levitates. What? Defying gravity. Bit wobbly. Now granted there is a bit of wind. The gear is almost retracted. Now hopefully tomorrow its return flight to Amsterdam will be sizably delayed so that it is in our stream. Should be filming arrivals tomorrow. They should take place on Kaagbaan tomorrow. If it flies on time, it's usually returning to Amsterdam in the early morning hours. Too early for me to catch in the stream, so I'm hoping it is going to be delayed on its return flight so that we can catch it again tomorrow. And then being here again for departures on Sunday should mean we should see it again leave in 2 days from now. Hey Michael, good morning. Good to see you again, mate. Welcome back. Peter, goedemorgen. Sweetie, good morning. Dominic, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. So yeah, already a Suparna 747 and just now the Suriname A340-600 have taken off. What more will we see later in the show? I'm not sure. Probably a few more A350s. Right now it is a couple of narrow bodies that is coming this way, although I do already see another Delta wide body coming this way. This is an EasyJet A320 to Bristol. Right, gear up. No issues there. So yeah, it's a bit of a mixed bag here in terms of cloudiness. Looking to the north, directly north, where the airplane is now climbing, it is cloudy. A bit more to the northwest and west, it is a bit more open. The same can be said looking to the northeast and east. South of me, things are more closed again, more covered by clouds. There's cloudiness drifting in from sea in the western half of the country. I hope later in the day things will open up like they did yesterday during the duration of the stream. This is SAS Flight 552 to Copenhagen. It is an A319, although it looks like a Neo. It's a faker. And we can see right through it. Acting like you're a Neo when you aren't. Next up will be a KLM Embraer 190 to Hamburg. Helsinki spotting, good morning. Welcome to the show. All who have joined, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing at the Polderbaan. Primary runway for departures. Hadi Wouter, goedemorgen. Robin, goedemorgen. Good morning, Sarah. Welcome back, one and all. If you joined us only just now, you may have missed the departure of the Suriname A340-600, which happened no less than 10 minutes ago. No, less than 10 minutes ago. English is failing, I need vodka. Also in the first 15 minutes of today's show, a Suriname, no, not a Suriname, a Suparna 747 left for Nanjing in China through this runway. More is still expected. Whether or not we're going to see more 747s, I don't know yet. Checking the departures list can only tell you so much, since cargo departures, well, cargo airplanes in general arrive and leave seemingly as they please. Schedules hardly ever are followed to the T. Hey there, Freya. Good morning. So let's see if we can take this few moments before the A321 from KLM is lining up to have another look at the weather. The meter in the ticker indicating a wind from the north to northeast with 12 degrees and a ceiling at 2400 feet. A refresh tells us that there is still a ceiling at 2400 feet and the wind hasn't changed direction significantly. 10 knots of wind, 13 degrees C is the temperature. That is roughly 56 Fahrenheit, so definitely a bit cooler, particularly with the wind and the shade. Still standing here, although I am wearing a t-shirt, I am wearing my winter parka on top of it. That shields me from the wind pretty decently. So let's go back to the camera then. Back to the camera controls. Sarah did catch it. Happy to hear that, Sarah. The A340, which hopefully on its return flight to Amsterdam tomorrow will suffer a bit of delay so that it arrives not in the very early morning but in the duration of our streaming hours. If all is well, should be returning again to the Kagbaan tomorrow, which I'm expecting is going to stay the primary runway for arrivals for days to come, since the wind is expected to stay in the northerly corner for the foreseeable future, varying a little bit between northwest and northeast, but that's irrelevant. Means that the runway configuration that we are having today and that we've been having now for a couple of weeks is going to stay in progress. Makes it all very predictable. The runway use, also the fact that we aren't expecting any significant precipitation period, which is also why I already scheduled my upcoming streams for this weekend, so that everybody knows well in advance when I am going live. Air Baltic to Riga. Didn't we already see one going to Riga? I thought we did, but now I'm not sure. Again, symptoms of not having enough vodka in my system, which I'm going to fix after this departure. This is Air Baltic flight 618 to Riga. Bombardier C-Series 300. Or is this Austrian Airlines that happens to fly to Riga? Nah. Ooh, lovely, the sun's shining now where I'm standing. Looking up and around me, no contrails to be seen in the immediate vicinity. Next to arrive and take off here is a Delta A330 by the looks of it, an A330neo by the looks of it. No gloves, Peter wonders. Yeah, absolutely gloves. Definitely gloves. My fingers get cold and numb and stiff really quickly. So in order to make sure I have sufficient fine motor skills, unfortunately the gloves are still a requirement. Then again, 1 or 2 weeks ago I have been streaming in just a t-shirt and shorts already, so it's not like we're having perpetual winter over here. Howdy Johanna, goedemorgen. Johanna asks if we aren't bothered by the smoke from the fire in the westerly port area. The answer is of course no, otherwise I wouldn't have been standing here. No, there was a ship fire with, I'm not sure what it was, but it was hard to reach, and somewhere in the background, this morning at least in that direction, smoke was still visible. In the port area of Amsterdam, the wind is, well, I'm not smelling any smoke or anything, so it doesn't look like, if there is still some smoldering there, that the smoke is blowing this way. I'm not smelling it, I'm certainly not seeing it. Tomasuna, good morning. Jonas, good morning. Not sure if I already said hi to you. Hey there, Red Dragon, good morning. Richard says Cathay Pacific almost at Kaagbaan. Is that so? Let's zoom out a little bit and have a look. Oh yeah, Cathay Pacific Cargo. I think I already have it. There it is. Don't forget to hit me up with @AMSLive in the chat if you want to me to see your messages a bit better. If you do @AMSLive, then that will be turned red in my chat window, and you can notify me if a 747 is approaching. This is Cathay Pacific Cargo arriving from Dubai World Center, a 7878 freighter. Flight 65. 7 hours and 40 minutes on the way, so I probably flew the touristic route. 11-year-old airplane, first flight June 2013. Hadi JW Slijm, goedemorgen. Leroy says it should depart around 1 o'clock. Question is, where is it going to leave for? And will it leave via this runway or not? Of course, there is always a likelihood it is coming this way. Then again, in practice, since a lot of these 747s leave for locations to the east, destinations to the east of the Netherlands, it often goes via the secondary runway. This is Delta Airlines Flight 57 to Salt Lake City. Delta Airlines Flight 57 to Salt Lake City, an A330neo. Brand new. First flight last December. JW Slijm, goedemorgen. Agent T79, goedemorgen. Welcome back. Hadi Sophie, goedemorgen. Jolanda, goedemorgen. Hey there, Daniel. Good morning. Tuning in from Raleigh in North Carolina. Good morning. Klaas, also back in the chat. He is coming in with a bang. Mate, thank you so much. 5 gifted memberships just now, courtesy of Klaas. If you are one of the recipients, don't forget to say thank you to Klaas, or dankjewel, or dankeschön, which he also understands. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. Don't forget you have 32 custom emojis at your disposal now that you can use for the duration of a month. You're also eligible to vote. The final round for the determination of the eventual 30-second custom emoji is still in progress. It opened yesterday, the poll. It's firefighters versus Lufty, so if you haven't cast your vote yet, don't forget to do so. You have until next week, Thursday. Then I'll declare the winner and start working on creating that custom emoji for you guys. Or maybe if there's a clear winner already well in advance, I might already go ahead if I have time for it earlier than that. Klaas, thank you so much for your generosity, mate. And welcome to the Skylines new members. And good morning, Klaas, who came in with a bang. M, good morning. Robert, good morning. Freya says, thank you, Robin. Thanks to you, I'm now watching planes during working hours. AMS Live, your best reason to procrastinate at work or school since 2022. This is SAS Flight 822 to Oslo, an A320neo now lined up. Should be leaving almost immediately since there's no traffic preceding. Leroy already says a clear win is not in the making. It looks like it's going back to back with regards to the poll. Haven't checked yet. 54 versus 46 now. There you go. So yeah. Means that every vote counts. Goedemorgen PM van Vreden. Good morning. Katie, who is tuning in from Istanbul. Good morning. Welcome back. Hadi Liwe, goedemorgen kerel. Good to see you again. Welcome to the show everybody. They're working, digging. Can you dig it? We're at the polderbaan. Can you dig it? Yes you can. Ask Bam. They're doing the digging here. Now, what can we see over there at the platform area? Garuda Indonesia in the retro livery. Is it coming this way, I wonder? Probably not, right? Or is it? Will it leave? What time will it leave? Has it been active on the platform yet? Or is it just... No, not seeing it. It's just standing there. Cathay Pacific. Something Chinese with flowers, or is it? Not exactly sure what it is. Hey there, nice soundtrack promotions. Good morning. This is KLM flight 615, which is going to go to Jerry's hometown of Portland in Oregon. A 7879 Dreamliner. More wide bodies seem to be moving towards the polderbaan. Another 7879 Dreamliner from KLM, flight 655 to Minneapolis, is also already on the move. Delta Airlines flight 74 to Atlanta, active on the platform. Same can be said for the Delta to Minneapolis. Both of them are A350s, by the way. We already saw one, that means we're going to see at least 3 from Delta today. Delta Airlines flight 143 to Seattle is already on the move. That's an A330neo. American Airlines flight 221 to Dallas has been pushed back and should also be coming this way. Good day, Chris and Jerry, who are tuning in from Australia. Good evening and welcome back. What else can we see? JetBlue to Boston is also... Is it moving already or has it just been pushed back? Looks like it has been pushed back but isn't moving yet. Right, so it is this 7879 for the time being. The rest is a bit further away still. Hadi René, goedemorgen. Andrew, good morning. Andrew is greeting us from a very sunny Yorkshire. Savor the moment, my friend. Us in the UK and the Netherlands, we're never going to get a lot of sunshine for a prolonged period of time. There's always going to be cloudiness at some point, sooner or later. What are things looking like in the tower? Well, they've shut the blinds partially. You can see 2 controllers at least. There's probably more. We also are going to see a KLM 737 to Warsaw. It's now traversing runway 36 center. Might even be visible in the background already. Yeah. Now, right of center. That's coming this way. I think the tail over there, that's the 7879 to Minneapolis. Hey there, Josegi, good morning. Josegi once again tuning in from Nairobi in Kenya, which is in it looks like this is already in a new livery, where the nose cone is completely blue. The deeper smile, quote unquote. KLM flight 615 lining up here, ready to go to Portland, Oregon. Papa Hotel, Bravo Hotel Golf is the registration of this airplane. It is an 8-year-old airplane. First flight was in June 2016. DD44NNN, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and this is Polderbound Departures. If you only joined us just now, you probably have missed 2 Quad Squad member departures from the Polderbahn. In the first 15 minutes of the show, Suparna Airways took off to Nanjing in China with a 747-400 freighter. And I don't know the exact time anymore, but somewhere between 10 and 10:30 this morning, the Suriname Airways A340-600 left for Suriname, for Paramaribo. Not sure if we are going to see more wide bodies, more Quad Squad members taking off here. We might see a few pass by overhead. Now, once again, things a bit more open directly around me. Looking to the north, to the far north, to the horizon, it looks a bit more cloudy. Right here is a bit more openness. Looking to the west, a mixed bag. More cloudiness, land inward to the east. And looking to the south, also a mixed bag of clouds and here and there a few stripes of blue sky. Cloudiness is drifting in from the Gulf of Yorkshire, and that means that the western half of the country predominantly is suffering from cloudiness. I hope that as the day progresses and things warm up, the cloudiness will also dissolve a bit more, just like it did yesterday. For now, we are still experiencing a lot of cloudiness here. Wind is still blowing from the north, as has been the case now for weeks on end. Sometimes a bit more from the northeast, sometimes a little bit more from the northwest. It means that the runway use has also stayed the same now for weeks on end already. Makes things predictable, which is also why I already announced all my streams for this upcoming weekend. So tomorrow, going back to the Kaagbaan for arrivals, and on Sunday back here for departures. Although my plan is to stand to the north side on the next to the cycling path where the airplanes rotate then. And today here, where we can also see them approach from the main platform area. Right, time for 2 wide bodies now. KLM flight 655, that's another 7879 Dreamliner which will be leaving for Minneapolis, Minnesota. And also a Delta A330 Neo to Seattle, Washington is coming this way. Hadi Adri, goedemorgen. Rob Chopper, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined us already. It's definitely not wind still. Wind on the scale of windsock looks like so. The scale of chimney smoke is temporarily obscured from view by the BAM guys. KLM flight 655 to Minneapolis, Minnesota. A7879 Dreamliner, the PHB HF, Bravo Hotel Foxtrot. Would that I could, Liwe. Would that I could. And in the meantime, we have crossed through 300 likes according to Maria. Thank you all so much for that. If you guys are enjoying the show and you want to help support the channel, reach a wider audience, liking and subscribing is a free and easy way to do so. So if you haven't already and you are liking the stream, consider leaving a like and maybe subscribing if you haven't already. It brings in new people who maybe once, like you guys did, stumbled upon a thumbnail and clicked on it and then thought, oh, maybe not too bad to stick around for this channel. Nenye asks, what are these guys working on finally on the pipes? No, that's different. That's just temporary replacement for sewage. These are going to stick around, I think, for months to come. This looks like they are doing cable work or something. There's cables over there and over there as well. That's an aggregate. And they still haven't refilled the hand towel dispenser, the paper towel dispenser. So I think it has to do with cables. This is Delta Airlines flight 143 to Seattle, Washington, an A330neo. Gear is retracting, no issues there. Hey there NJ, good morning. Ed, goedemorgen. Roy, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show everybody. You're watching Amos Live, my name is Boy. And if you joined us only just now, you probably already missed departures from 2 Quad Squad members. In the first 15 minutes of the show, Suparna Airways went to Nanjing in China via this runway. And between 10 and 10:30, the A340-600 to Suriname as well. The runway we are standing next to is the primary runway for outbound traffic. Vueling is now lined up, ready to go to Bilbao Baggins. It's the ECMLE Mike Lima Echo. A320, 9 years old, first flight April 2016. And Friendly Carp is asking if Korea's Airlines is here again. I'm not sure that they are here right now. They usually arrive in the local afternoon, late afternoon, dinner time usually. So I think there's no Korean on the platform yet. Oh, and there is a tornado right now in Korea. Wow. Hope everybody is staying safe there. This is Hans' favorite, Vueling. We need to see if the dot is still in place. The answer is yes, it is. No amount of excavators can stop us from having a look at the dot. Time for another BA A320neo to London Heathrow. This time no clown's nose, but a regular nose. This airplane is sober. Optimus says, I like to pronounce Vueling to rhyme with fueling. Vueling. Vueling. BA A320neo, flight 437 to London Heathrow. It's light, it's already rotating and climbing. And Leon says that today only KLM arrived from Seoul. Tomorrow Korean will be back around 7 p.m. There you go. Twin jet, contrail coming this way. Looks like it is a narrow body. And over here on ground level, time for another wide body. American Airlines flight 221 to Dallas Fort Worth, Texas. Hey Yvonne, Anton, goedemorgen, good morning. And indeed there was Optimus. We did have a red clown-nosed BA A320 earlier leaving for London Heathrow. Hey there Ryan, good morning. American Airlines flight 221. And this is Singapore Airlines. One of the prettiest airplanes out there. An A350 in a beautiful timeless livery. There's also a cheater on Cheater's Lane, which I'm thinking will precede the American Airlines. This is KLM flight 1799 going to JD's hometown Düsseldorf. The PHEXX, 7 years old, first flight February 2018. Will it do a turn and burn? That's the question. What up, Captain? Captain doesn't want us to look inside the cockpit. Spoil sport. Singapore Airlines flight 323 to Singapore coming this way. What a beautiful machine. It's not alone. It has a following. Hey there, YOLO official. Welcome to the show. Arthur's in as well. Bom dia. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is Singapore Airlines. Flight 323, which will be leaving for Singapore via the now only runway for departures. Dus de polderbaan. Before that, American Airlines flight 221 to Dallas Fort Worth, Texas. It is a 7878 Dreamliner, 8 years old, first flight January 2017. Meanwhile, Jacqueline, goedemorgen. Sophie, goedemorgen, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. This is Excavator Central. Little excavators. They're doing digging. We're at the polderbaan. Can you dig it? And the answer is yes, you can. Next up, Singapore Airlines flight 323 to Singapore. Beautiful machine, beautiful livery. 9 Victor Sierra Mike Victor is the registration of this airplane. It is 5 years old. First flight was in June 2019. Composite Predator bird is about to leave. Off it goes to Singapore. Such a stunning machine. Yo, what is up? It is Captain Jerry Donnelly back with a massive bang, coming in with 10 gifted memberships. Jerome, first of all, how are you? Because you were only there yesterday briefly and you signed it off again pretty soon, not feeling well. Are you feeling better today, mate? And why were you feeling unwell yesterday? Was that the flu or something? Hope you're doing well, better, mate. Thank you so much for your generosity. You really didn't have to do that. I hope that everybody who just now received a gift membership from Captain Jerry Donnelly will thank him for it. Don't forget to do that if you receive a gifted membership. Thank the gifter. And don't forget to use those custom emojis and enjoy the membership. You have 32 custom emojis at your disposal now. Spamming is not allowed, but you are allowed to use custom emojis as much as you want. Jerome, thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Skylines new members, and I hope you are doing better than you did yesterday. Than you were. Air Europa path to Madrid. Not with a Dreamliner, but with a small 737. That is interesting. Weekend days, counting Friday as the first day of the weekend. They fly 737s, and on weekdays it's Dreamliners often. Interesting that they size down the capacity on their flights during the weekends, unless they switch up the frequency, of course, making the total capacity greater on weekend days than on weekdays. Working days, I should probably say. Good morning, it's me, Mike. This is Delta EasyJet, Orange Delta, to Glasgow in Scotland. Can you dig it? Jerry says, I felt like shit because I stopped using my pain pills. Withdrawal, I guess. Well, unless they were if they were opiates, that's a very high likelihood. You're not going to get withdrawal symptoms from quitting NSAIDs or regular paracetamol, for that matter. But if you were on opiate painkillers, then that could probably have been withdrawal. Didn't the prescribing doctor tell you to taper down gradually the dosage? Mrs. Professor is signing off. Thank you so much for joining, Mrs. Professor. Sleep well. Hope to see you again tomorrow or otherwise on Sunday. More EasyJet narrow bodies. But opiates and benzodiazepines should not be stopped abruptly if you have been using them for a prolonged period of time, particularly if you are running higher dosages. Otherwise, you do risk withdrawal symptoms, and particularly with benzodiazepines, those can be very dangerous. This is KLM flight 591 going to Johannesburg in South 777-300. It's PHBVO, 10 years old. If only you knew, Daniel, if only you knew. Right, so SAS is lined up, or is holding short over there. And we might get the formation of a queue. United with their first 767-300 to Houston in Texas. More is coming. And if SAS isn't moving, hey, I spy with my little eye. Michael! Michael! Maybe I should also incorporate a sound effect from The Office. Dwight calling Michael! Michael! Use that whenever there's a CRJ visible. Well, you can still get withdrawal from opiates, Jerry, so hopefully you're feeling better today. Sun Express, but that's no special livery, is it? No, it isn't. Michael? Michael? Wolfgang suggests, or Knight Rider Kid calling Michael. Yeah, but whenever Dwight called Michael Scott, there was always more a sense of urgency, and that is of course what we want to convey here. So I do think that Dwight would be more appropriate than having Knight Rider, or Kid I should say. But that could also work. Hadi Richard, goedemorgen. Niels asks to elaborate on the CRJ reference. Have seen the Office series twice. Well, our frequent visitor Michael Jackson is a big fan of CRJs. So instead of calling him personally, I could also use the soundbite whenever there is a CRJ visible. So instead of Michael calling White instead. This is United flight 21 to Houston in Texas. It is a 767-300. Finn, goedemorgen. And Finn is tuning in from Oman. Wow, probably pretty warm over there. This United 767, by the way, the November 660 uniform Alpha is 32 years old. First flight was in May 1993. We have a cheater on cheater's lane, but it is holding short, so Sun Express at the threshold lined up will take off first. Then the question becomes, will the CRJ leave first or the 737? Assistant to the regional jet manager, indeed. Identity theft is not a joke, Jim. Millions of people suffer each year. Adi Berend, goedemorgen. Aviation dude asks if I am unable to stand anywhere else closer to the rotation point. Of course I can. I'm going to do that on Sunday. A bit of variety, mate. If you don't like what you're seeing, you can also go away. Watch a different channel. Sun Express to Kayseri in Turkey is lined up. Looking behind me, I'm not seeing any yellow vehicles on the runway itself, so yeah. And as has happened so often before, whenever I look around to see if maybe there's an inspection or something in progress, the airplane lined up is actually taking off. So there you go, Sun Express on its way to Kayseri. No, I arrived here this morning and I saw that they were working here, and I did look to see if maybe standing a little bit further back towards the pipes, further away from the stream, or a bit further towards the roundabout would make a difference. It didn't. The works are there and they're going to be in the way, annoyingly, unfortunately. But then again, this is a nice spot, particularly for these headshots and close-ups. I like to switch it up a little bit, so today I'm standing here. I will return on Sunday for departures here. Then I'll stand near the rotation point further to the north along the cycling path. In the meantime, a very good morning to all who have joined. Roy asks if they're building a platform for me over there. That would be nice, wouldn't it? I think they're doing stuff with cables. You can see cables over there and here as well. So I think they might be, and I think this box has something to do with ILS, the ILS system. I don't know for sure, I'm just guesstimating here. Right, CRJ to Munich, flight 2303. 14-year-old airplane, first flight May 2011. Maria says they're making a direct line to ATC for you. So that I can cuss at them when they send airplanes to the wrong runway. That's a nice favor that they are providing. Right, time for 2 consecutive A330s. We're starting off with Delta Airlines Flight 49, which is an A330neo. It's leaving for New York, JFK. After that, KLM Flight 535, and that's an A330-200, which is leaving for Kigali. This is the November 413 Delta X-ray, 2 years old. Next month it'll turn 3 already. Still a relatively young airplane and already such dirty flaps. They learn at a young age, don't they? Guess this Delta was never taught any proper hygiene. Hey, Mr. Biker is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back, Paul. Now, Paul and all others who may have joined later, you may have missed 2 quad squad departures already. In the first 15 minutes, Suparna Airways took off from the Polderbaan to Nanjing in China. And between 10 and 10:30 a.m. local time, the A340-600 took off to Suriname, Paramaribo. This is the FOF, PHAOF, going to Kigali. And that is, of course, somewhere in... It's an A330-200, 18 years old. First flight was in November 2006. Hadi Pieter, goedemorgen. Adriaan, goedemorgen. Next after this, a Delta Airlines A350 to Atlanta, Georgia. Current status quo, wind is blowing from the north, where the sky is a bit mixed. Further north to the horizon it looks more cloudy than it is over here. Here you have more openness. Looking to the west, also a mixed bag. Open skies, not as much, but also not completely overcast. Right now in the east a little gap, but otherwise it looks pretty clouded. And the same can be said for the south. Over here to the southwest, a little open gap, but then towards the horizon it is more closed. Let me see if I can update the meter in the ticker after this departure. After which we will hopefully have a few minutes to update the ticker. Captain Jerry wonders if the A340 is at cruising altitude yet. I don't know. I would have to look that up. Zoom far out on flight radar will cost me a little time to do so. Maybe somebody else can check. The airplane left an hour ago, so I imagine it ought to be on cruising altitude by now. Good morning, Danik. Joshweer, good morning. And this was Delta Airlines Flight 73 and A350 to Atlanta, Georgia. Next up, Delta Airlines Flight 135 to Detroit. Before it is going, let's have a quick look at the weather report. So, this is the weather report I still have in the ticker. And the refresh tells us that it is now VFR. We no longer have an official ceiling. We do have few clouds at 2,300 feet, scattered clouds at 2,700 feet. The wind is still double digits, still from the same direction. Temperature has not changed significantly. It is now 13 degrees C, roughly 56 F. The next airplane is already spooling up. So I'm going to do the meter update in the ticker after this. This is Delta Airlines Flight 135 and A330-300 to Detroit, Michigan. on its way. Duds looked it up. The A340 is at 34k feet right now, so probably at its initial cruising altitude then. Let's quickly paste the weather report in the meter so that we have a current ticker. There we go. And then let's scroll up and massively thank Liewe, who just now super chatted generously and says in Dutch, no fry truck, then go with Lise to Luik, to Liège for a waffle. I will definitely do that once we are done with our diet, Liewe. Still on a diet, both of us. Slowly but surely we're getting there. So thank you so much for your totally unnecessary super chat there, Liewe. I will take Lise to go for a waffle somewhere in Belgium next time we are going down there. Thank you so much, Liewe. You really didn't have to do that, mate. Those waffles we will certainly get. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Liewe. Also on behalf of Lise, who will be joining me tomorrow, by the way. In the meantime, Foxtrot Air, good morning. And good morning to all others who may or may not have joined us in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are standing at the Polderbaan. Runway 36 left. Now once again one of two runways in use for departures. Parallel departures have once again resumed and are expected to stay in progress until roughly 1 p.m. From 1 till 2, usually one runway open for outbound traffic. Then that is once again this runway. There's an A350 from Turkish taking off from the center runway to Istanbul. Should be passing by right now. There it is. More A350s coming to Schiphol by the day, it seems like. I love it because I think it is a beautiful machine to look at. This is Turkish Airlines, flight 1952, on its way to Istanbul in Turkey. Tango Charlie Lima Golf Kilo is the registration. The airplane is already 3 years old. First flight February 2022. An A350-900. QJ wonders, also cream on the waffles? Absolutely. No waffle is complete without any whipped cream. Although, if you take Brussels waffles, just some butter and some brown sugar is actually the best way to eat it, or with whipped cream. But butter and brown sugar is also very, very tasty. That Schiphol elephant once again has been heard here, but I'm looking around me, I'm not seeing anything. I do see that K2 is doing a bird control check on the runway right now, an inspection of the runway. The plane that is now approaching here is EasyJet flight 27839 to London Stansted. That is an A319. Howdy Tom Boss, good to see you again. Welcome back. Tuning all the way from Israel. Truck with an excavator or something. And from the other side, another vehicle passing by. Shortly. No, they're stopping and they're having a get together. Yeah, now the yellow vehicle is continuing. EasyJet is continuing in the meantime to the runway threshold. Peter asks if I ever put chocolate and the like on your waffles. Me, not really. I do sometimes indulge and get chocolate covered Liège waffles from the supermarket. They already come with a coating on one side of chocolate. Tombas asks if I saw Eurovision. No, the answer is no. I'm not. Eurovision Song Festival is not exactly my cup of tea. Let's keep it at that. Klaus de Baas is tuning in, asking if there are spotters in Leeuwarden Airport. Ed Leslie also back in the chat. Good to see you again. Welcome back. EasyJet to Stansted, A319. And next after this, JetBlue going to Boston. Once again, the sun has begun to shine over here. Looking up and around me, right now the sun is in a nice big open patch of blue sky. Looking around me immediately to see if I can spot any contrails. There's just one that I am currently spotting, and that is flying over there to the northeast and currently northwest of me. Oh! Whoa, looky here, what is that? Is that a special livery of sorts? It looks like it, doesn't it? Not exactly sure what I caught there, but it looks like a special livery of sorts. That was looking spectacular with yellow and whatnot. And Adrian says there's a 747 cargo from Saudia above Meidrecht. Oh yeah, I have it. It's on the downwind leg underway to 06. Got it. Vasro Darshine says that was a flying fish. Was it? Sun Express operated by Central Airlines 777. Right. Right. Now I'm curious. That was... Right, so disengage any filters. I'm now checking on Flight Radar on my laptop. Oh yeah. Central Airlines Yun Express. All right. From Nottingham to Xiamen. Interesting. Flying at Alkmaar, it looked like it was much closer by than actually where it was flying. Interesting. Interesting. Right. Boeing Stratotanker to the southwest. Well, right now I am only seeing a contrail passing by south of me, but it is arriving from the west, so maybe this is it. It is a bit hard to see. Flying in the wrong part of the sky, but I think this might be the Stratotanker. Just really hard to recognize it as such. think that might be it. Right, back to what is going on ground level. JetBlue to Boston. Flight 632. That's an A321neo. This is the November 4062 Juliet, which is 2 years old. First flight was in June 2022. Okay, and that was the Strato tanker indeed. There you go. And we also crossed 400 likes, is what Paul and Wolfgang are saying. Thank you all so much for that. If you are enjoying the stream and you haven't already, consider leaving a like and subscribing if you haven't already. It's an easy way to freely help this channel reach a wider audience, an audience of like-minded people to you guys, people who are into live aviation streams such as these, but who haven't heard of the channel yet. Even though we are no longer a very small channel, we're definitely not big by any means, and your likes and subscriptions help to promote this channel's content to viewers who might not have heard of the channel yet. What also supposedly helps is leaving comments below the streams. So not so much participating in the chat, but also commenting below like with regular videos. Right, the 747 Saudia cargo is now at 3,000 feet and in Leiden. And Krish says, I'm a new subscriber. Hey there, Krish. Nice of you to say hi in the chat. Feel free to do so just now, like Krish did, if you are new to the channel or a new subscriber, or if you have been in Lurkers Lounge for a while. It's not mandatory to say hi, but it is always appreciated. We don't bite, unless you want us to. Welcome to the channel, Krish, and thank you for saying hi. Hope you're going to like it here. Right, Saudia cargo 747 is approaching the Kaagbaan, runway 06. We ought to be able to see it in a couple of minutes from now. Just like how we were with the other airplane. Air Astana on its way to Atirau. Professional Prof, good morning. So, in the water all is quiet. Well, there is a coot over there, an isolated coot. That's the only aquatic bird that I can see in the immediate vicinity. There does seem to be another bird over there. This is almost, I think, getting close to the parking place of the Spotter's Plaats. It does look like the French fries truck has arrived. That's almost always there. The ice cream truck is not as often there as the French fries truck is. Missing out on revenue there. KLM on its way to Genoa. Ray says, fries with mayo time. Don't get me started. If there's one thing I would love right now, it is a portion of fries with mayonnaise. Right, Saudia cargo is approaching New Vennep. Adrian says, thanks for the heads up, mate. Should become visible pretty soon. There's a 737-900 to Bergen coming this way. And a Dreamliner from TUI to Boner. Hey, Delta Airlines also underway to Boston coming this way. Delta A350 to Minneapolis is also alive on the on flight radar on the platform area, so that is probably going to get pushed back then. I am now turning the camera in the direction of the glide slope of runway 06 because pretty soon behind the trees emerging I am expected to see Saudia flight 933 arriving from Jeddah. That's a 747-400 freighter. There she is. Saudia Cargo flight 993, currently flying 163 knots and at an altitude of 800 feet and descending. 5 hours and 38 minutes underway. The 9H AKA. This airplane is already 30 years old, ladies and gentlemen. The first flight was in January 1995. And indeed, Wolfgang, the channel about aviation, birds and food and more. We've got it all. Tell your friends. Boom. Right, well, and I was about to zoom out, but we can zoom in again for the next airplane. Indeed, QJ, this is also the channel with the wind direction chimneys. Although not today, not from this vantage point, unfortunately. KLM flight 1167 to Bergen, turning and burning, 737-900. Right now the sun is shining in a blue patch of sky. And K2 will be passing by from right to left in the foreground. Quick wave to the driver. And our next airplane coming this way is a BA A320 no Neo, regular A320 going to London Heathrow. BA flight 431. Peter says, it was a Dutch friend that got me into mayonnaise on fries. Yeah, in a lot of countries they're served with ketchup or some other condiment. Here in the Netherlands the most popular variety I think is called patatje oorlog. Oorlog means war. It's also called frietje feest, party. It's a mixture of peanut sauce, mayonnaise, curry ketchup, so that's additionally spiced ketchup, and then onions, raw onions. It is delightful. If that's not the most popular variety of fries in the Netherlands, then it is fries with mayo. But I think patatje oorlog is even more popular here in the Netherlands. Peanut sauce, a remnant from our former colonization of Indonesia, where we got the spices from. This is BA flight 431 to London Heathrow. It is an A320. 22 years old, first flight September 2002. Howdy Fabienne. Fabienne van Brunschot says, hi, I'm new. Hey there Fabienne, welkom. Next up, something with a wide body. It is TUI, going to Bonaire, flight 393, 7878 Dreamliner. And in the meantime, I see we have another celebration. It is Raven Rock who is celebrating a year of membership. Raven Rock has turned green and is celebrating a year of membership. Thank you so much, Raven Rock, for your continued support. Raven Rock says, hey boy and chat, still here, still loving the channel. Thank you so much for your support there, Raven Rock, and I'm happy to hear that everything is still to your liking as a member in the lounge. If we're running low on supplies, let me know and I will put it on the groceries list stat. Thank you so much for your continued support there, Raven Rock, and welcome back. Hey there Edwin, goedemorgen, goeiesmorgens deze morgen. Although it is now 12 o'clock and officially I think it is afternoon now, but you said it in the morning. Goeiesmorgens deze morgen. Howdy Ton, goedemorgen. Eftel Boy asks, can I ask what app do you use for the plane info and location? That would be Flight Radar 24. Now I have a silver subscription which will allow you to see the airplane age. A useful addition, I think. Although not necessarily required, but if you want to know the age of the airplane, that is definitely a requirement. Yep. Same here, Sarah. Indeed, Adriaan. Hey, another Sarah in the chat. We have the real deal and we have Sarah K as well. Welcome, Sarah K. Good afternoon. Another name for which we might start needing numbers because we have multiple of them in the chat. Pauls and Peters are always abundantly present. And now Sarah's. Adi Marcel, goedemiddag. TUI flight 393 to Bonaire. 10 years old, first flight March 2015. Papa Hotel Tango Foxtrot Mike is the registration. Hadi Michael, goedemiddag. André, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Hey there, Wolverine, 1955. Your French fry mixture is every condiment. I hate the taste of LOL. Well, luckily not everybody likes the same. That makes life interesting. Here in the Netherlands, a lot of people do like that mix with every condiment. Sarah says, Sarah means princess, so be careful how you treat us. Word to the wise. No wait, that's not the expression, is it? I am actually running low here on vodka, I need more. Starting to utter nonsense. Then again, I almost always do. Another cloud is drifting in here, blocking the sunshine, unfortunately. Albeit temporarily, but still. Once again, am becoming a shady figure over here. One of the two remaining airplanes in SkyTeam livery, currently in KLM's fleet, the other being a 737-900. There also was, until recently, a 777-300ER in the same SkyTeam livery, the PHBVD, one of Marissa's favorites. Unfortunately, they repainted it back into the standard KLM livery not too long ago, a couple of months ago, I think. Allegedly because it is more difficult to see damage on the fuselage with the silver. Then again, why are they still keeping the other two airplanes in that livery then? Or is it maybe a I don't care mentality whenever a small airplane crashes? It's only bad if a 777 crashes. If it is an Embraer 190 or a 737-900, comes with the territory. Probably not the consideration. Maybe they are going to... Does anybody know? Are they going to repaint the other SkyTeam liveried KLM vehicles anytime soon? Variety is the spice of life. Indeed. Wise words, Bob. Jackie has to sign off. Thanks for stopping by, Jackie. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hopefully see you again later in the weekend. So we have 3 airplanes that are coming this way now. The pack is being led by Delta Airlines Flight 243, which is also going to Boston, Massachusetts. Coming to you, Sarah. Embraer 175 from KLM behind it, going to Aberdeen in Scotland. I think there might be a chance that the Embraer 175 is actually going to take Cheater's Lane, preceding the Delta. Another KLM Embraer 175 further back, but also coming this way and already visible to Oslo. KLM Flight 1201. Let's have a look and see what this Embraer 175 is going to do. I've got a suspicion, yeah, it's already... I had a hunch and it turned out to be right. Headshot time. KLM Flight 915 to Aberdeen in Scotland. Embraer 175 taking Cheater's Lane. I suppose you're right, Leon. Or maybe they are planning to replace the airplanes on short notice and there's no point in repainting them if they have been used and at the end of their economic lifespan. Hey there, Morris Farms, and welcome to the show, all others who might have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing at the beginning of the Polderbaan, where departures take place today. If you joined us later, you may have missed the departures of Suparna Airways 747 freighter in the first 15 minutes of the show, and somewhere between 10 and 10:30 a.m. local time, the A340-600 Suriname also left for Paramaribo through this runway. Ooh, Kaira, tuning in from Japan at the moment on holiday. How is Japan? How do you like it? Me personally, I've been only to Tokyo once for a week in 2016, I think it was, and I loved it. I'm dying to go back there sometime soon, see the rest of the country as well. Absolutely lovely country to go to. Hope you're enjoying yourself there, Kaira. This is Delta Airlines flight 243 to Boston, Massachusetts. It's an A330neo. Registration November 428 Delta X-ray. Brand new airplane, first flight June 2024. Ray asks if the fake has been spotted yet. We haven't seen it in today's stream yet. Not sure if that we still will, but thus far, not yet. Not in today's stream at least. This is KLM flight 1201, which will be leaving for Oslo once the wake turbulence of the preceding widebody has dissipated sufficiently. This is an Embraer 175. Papa Hotel Echo X-ray Mike. 8-year-old airplane, first flight February 2017. Abhishek, good afternoon, welcome back, mate. Fabienne loves planes. Well, in that case, you are at the right address here. We do too. 747 at New Vennep. 32,000 feet lufty, Adrian says. That's interesting, that's interesting. I'm looking to see if I can spot something. I think the contrail remnants are visible. Over there. The actual airplane. Hidden from view because of clouds in the foreground, unfortunately. Maybe I can catch a glimpse of it once it clears the clouds. But right now it seems that that 747 is hidden from view. Those clouds seem to be just in line with the trajectory of the airplane as well. So I fear that by the time it will become visible, it'll be far away already. Yeah, I think this one is going to stay under the radar for us. Thanks for the tip though, Adrian. Keep them coming. You never know if there is a bit of open sky here and I can actually see the airplane. Hadi Lauwe, goedemiddag. Good to see you again, mate. Welcome back. Happy Friday to you all. We're standing here at the Polderbaan. And if you look closely, it's a bit subtle, but you can see that there is work being done here at the red and white ILS box. It's subtle. Yeah, Polderbaan, can you dig it? Yes, they can. Yes, they can. Still no sign of the 747, unfortunately. That is one that got away. Now, what else is coming this way? Let's have a quick look. And Kyra says, I really love it, enjoy it very much, and I will next week am in Osaka, also a nice place. Nice, 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 nice. Happy that you're enjoying. Absolutely a highly recommended destination for all. Visit Japan once in your life. Hadi Colin, goedemiddag. Who is tuning in from Apeldoorn and says keep up the good work, enjoying your beautiful footage again. Thanks for the kind words, Colin. Welcome back. Now, if only there were some airplanes that I would be able to film, that would make the whole experience a bit better. They're coming. Mario is greeting us from Germany. Greetings back, Mario. Herzlich willkommen. Bom dia, Reginaldo. David, eet smakelijk. Enjoy your dinner, enjoy your lunch. Lunch break in AMS Live is chef's kiss. Hey, Ricardo says, this year I'm not going on holiday because last year I bought an expensive bicycle, so I'm staying in the Netherlands, but I am going to Scheveningen. Beautiful. Is it an electric bicycle, Ricardo? Yeah, that's the downside of money. You can only spend it once. Hopefully it is also well insured, goed verzekerd, if it is an expensive bicycle, Ricardo. E2 Embraer is going to the runway threshold. E2 Embraer to Dublin. Is that ETA getting away from us? Cheeky bastard. Oh, I've locked my tilt axis. Yeah. To keep the camera from dropping when I am scrolling or checking out stuff on my phone, such as flight radar. If I don't lock it, I inadvertently lower the screen more often than not. Quick, simple fix is locking the tilt axis. Downside is you have to remember that you also need to unlock it, otherwise vertical movement is no longer possible. Hopefully you'll be able to enjoy your bicycle for a long time to come, Ricardo. This is KLM flight 1139, E2 Embraer 195, going to Dublin in Ireland. Current status quo, looking to the north, things look like this. Definitely a bit more openness now, particularly to the west. Now also to the east, a bit more openness, at least where I am standing here. Hey, whoa, check it out. A quad-engined airplane that just now turned a little bit, flying away from us in the right part of the sky for us to see a bit more details. And that's a beautiful Lufty A340. It made a turn right here. Lovely to see. Also something passing by over there. Ah, Hainan Airways, I think. Right, so more stuff to see in the sky as well now, luckily. Right, so what is visible here at on ground level? This is United flight 908 going to Chicago O'Hare. Now, I haven't seen any Chicago O'Hares here in the field. Only last week. Jetstream Journeys says Qatar Cargo flight 8202 just pushed back from the cargo terminal. Now, is that an airplane that is coming this way? Or will it leave via the center runway? I think it might leave via the center runway. Hey, Jörg is also back in the chat. Enjoy your lunch, mate. Bon appetit. Hey there, Franklin. Welcome back. So this is United Flight 908 going to Chicago O'Hare. Michael DCA also back. Welcome back, mate. This is a 787-10 Dreamliner, the November 12003. This particular airplane is 6 years old. First flight was in December 2018. Hey, Lisa also back in the chat. Good to see ya. Lisa, we need to go back to Belgium to get a waffle. Liwe donated a super chat earlier and told us that it is for a waffle for us too. We need to go to Liège to get ourselves waffles. Poor us. I said we'll do that, but it will have to wait until after the diet is over. Aviation Master back in the chat, good to see ya. Yeah, no other option than to go to Liège, have ourselves some waffles. Good afternoon, Stephen. Right, this is United Flight 908 to Chicago O'Hare. It is 6 years old, first flight December 2018. And for those of you joining us just now, if you look closely, it is a bit subtle, but you can see that they are working on the red-white box, the ILS box. Some work is being done there. It's a bit subtle, you need to look closely to see it, but yeah. Keen observers may have noticed it. They say, Polderbaan, can you dig it? Absolutely you can. Another TUI Dreamliner coming this way. Eating a Liège waffle while spotting some queens. Sounds like a plan. Plenty of cargo airplanes going there. And Michael hopes to be standing there with me in 2 weeks from now. Looking forward to that, mate. I think in 2 weeks from now, well, insofar as the weather forecasts can go so far, it still looks very promising. This part of Europe has been under the influence of high pressure now for weeks, and there doesn't seem to be an end to it just yet. Already it was on the news earlier in the week that we need to conserve water, at least in the southern parts of the country, but I'm pretty sure that warning will apply to all of the nation pretty soon because of drought. I feel vindicated because finally, after all these years of driving around in my car, putting out CO2, finally that global warming seems to be coming about. I've worked hard and I'm very proud of what we have achieved. Finally getting there. In the meantime, draait zich ein Drittel with a super sticker pair character doing a shaka sign with his hand saying, cool, thank you so much for your generosity. Vielen Dank. Draait zich ein Drittel for your donation. It is time now for TUI Flight 361 to take to the sky to Willemstad, Curaçao, a 7878 Dreamliner, the PHTFJ. Also 10 years old, first flight January 2015. Paul confirming it's also very, very dry in the UK as well. Stephen chimes in. It hasn't rained properly for weeks. Same over here. Same over here. The fields are very dry. The ground I'm standing here is also very dry. Now this is already a bit of a bare patch where I am standing, because I always try to stand at the same location. So no grass here, but everything is very arid and very dry. You can see that farmers are raining the fields constantly. A330 time. This is fuck B. Not fuck D, but fuck B. Bravo. Going to Toronto, A330-300 KLM flight 6901. 13-year-old airplane, first flight February 2012. Ah, there was a cable stuck behind my zoom remote, which is why the following of this airplane went a little bit uneven. Thought I already felt something. That was the HDMI cable. If it is stuck and I'm trying to move, it goes a bit uneven. Right, Jörg has to go again. Thanks for stopping by, Jörg. Hope to see you in the weekend again. LO on its way to Tel Aviv in Israel. 777-200. So let's have a look, see what is moving. Cathay Pacific A350-1000 has been pushed back, but it's still 35 minutes of parallel departures before Polderbaan is becoming the only runway for outbound traffic. So I'm afraid that we are going to see the A350-1000 depart from the wrong runway. Yeah, that's a nice opportunity to use the new custom emoji for it, but the reason is actually sad, of course. The Qatar to Doha, earlier referred to in the live chat, also is going to the wrong runway, presumably, since it is going to Doha, which lies to the east. Due to the early announcements, Jörg is already aware of the two streams. Yeah, I did that on purpose. Since not everybody always receives notification, I hope that by announcing the streams a bit further in advance, which in this weekend I can do because I know it's going to stay dry, plus I know the wind isn't going to change, so I know where I can go to already and determine that in advance. Having those announcements already in the air on YouTube hopefully increases the exposure and reduces the likelihood of people missing any streams because they didn't receive an announcement or anything. I also saw that you can actually run a trailer during an announcement. So now I'm thinking, do I need to make a trailer? Or maybe should I hire someone to do that? Maybe an editor. I've also been playing with the idea of maybe hiring an editor and see what they can come up with respect to thumbnails. Maybe up the ante a little bit, make something more appealing. Paul van Munster is saying hi from Portugal. Groetjes terug and welcome. Qatar flight 8202 to Doha. Spooling up. On the move. And while EasyJet is still taxiing to the runway threshold, we can have a look at the Qatar Cargo 777. Leaving for Doha via the wrong runway, sadly. The trailer needs to feature coots, ducks, grebe, herons, kestrels and Russell Shirley. Yeah, absolutely. It should. I'm also thinking about the humongous amount of work that is going to go into it, sifting through all the live streams, which now recently I have been saving since I bought a NAS last month. I now have some space, a few gigabytes, a few terabytes to 1 terabyte to a lot to saving streams. But you have to sift through all the things, editing, actually quite a chore. EasyJet to Bristol, A319. Flight 25531. And indeed, thanks for the update, QJ. The Cathay A350 1000 expected to center. Adrian says, hire a second cameraman, add another runway, and then switch with a with a director's car. Yeah, why not? Why not go for that? If only I had the budget for it. Mars Farms is leaving. Thanks for stopping by, mate. Hope to see you again soon. KLM flight 927 to Edinburgh. It's now leaving. 737-800. 24 years old already. First flight September 2000. Papa Hotel Bravo X-Ray Lima is the registration of this vehicle. And then the fourth, I think. Fourth Delta A350 is approaching the threshold and should be leaving next after this. I am a little unable to see everything taking place at Schiphol because I am also zoomed in on what is going on here at the Polderbaan. If you guys could give me a heads up when the A350 1000 is about to line up on the center runway, that way I hopefully will not miss it. Hey there, George, good afternoon. Willem asks, can you switch to arrivals because my dad is going to land in 2 hours? Simple answer is no. No, I cannot. I'll do arrivals tomorrow. And also in 2 hours from now, I am probably no longer streaming. 33 ein Drittel asks if there are ducks. No. Due to the people working here, I haven't seen a single aquatic bird in the immediate vicinity. I only once saw 1 or 2 coots further upstream. There's nothing in the water here in the immediate vicinity. Now, what's going to happen? Because the A350 is lining up, but so too seems this Embraer 175, or is it holding short? No, it's holding short, I think. Yeah, no, A350 is spooling up. It's the 4th of today's show, if I recall correctly. If I counted properly, this is the 4th Delta Airlines Flight 161 to Minneapolis, Minnesota. Jetstream journey has to go. Thanks for stopping by, mate. Right. Cathay Pacific A350 is now next to take off from center by the looks of it, after Austrian Bombardier C Series to Vienna has taken off. Finnair is coming this way, but today it is not the A350, it's an A321. Over here we have KLM flight 903, which should be going to Inverness, and there is Austrian, or at least Air Baltic, flying on behalf of Austrian. SAS in the background, making its way over to the runway threshold. Seems that it will have to wait. It seems that this airplane is going to be the first to take off. Or is it? Yeah, it is. This is KLM flight 1233 to Göteborg, Embraer 190. I have a hunch that the Embraer 175 is going to take off first. Cathay first to take off. Thank you, Maria. So, over here, this is KLM flight 903 to Inverness in Scotland, and look closely, you can see another airplane on Cedars Lane. Combo shot with the Cathay Pacific A350 1000 to Hong Kong, flight 270. Interesting things happening left, right and center. Another cheater here on Cheaters Lane. This is a KLM Embraer 190 to Stavanger. In the meantime, I received an automatic periodic donation by Ian McPherson. Thank you so much once again. I hope you are watching, mate. PayPal donation just now coming in. And here we have an A319 acting as if it is an A319 Neo. Going to Copenhagen, SAS, flight 1548. Sunglasses look posing as a Neo, but it isn't. KLM flight 1177 to Stavanger. Embraer 190 PHEXV. Echo X-ray Victor. 7-year-old airplane. First flight February 2018. And for those of you joining us later, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing here at Polderbaan, runway 36 left, where if you look closely you can see that they are working on the ILS box, that red and white box that is standing here on the other side of the water. Wind is blowing from the north. We started the day with pretty cloudy weather. It was more or less overcast. Things are opening up. The wind seems to have picked up a little bit. It is still blowing from the north by the feel of it. More open weather type is approaching. And after this departure, I am going to update the ticker with the latest weather report, because I feel that the wind speed has once again picked up. We've been having double-digit wind speed here all throughout the morning. This is Finnair flight 1302 going to bloody Helsinki in Finland. It is an A321. Right, let's have a quick look at the weather. The 747 is still a bit away. Yeah, we do have time now to quickly have a glance at the weather. This is the meter that I still have in the ticker. 13 degrees C, wind with 10 knots from north-northeast, and a refresh will tell us it is 14 degrees. Temperature climbed 1 degree. The wind speed also picked up 1 knot. Scattered clouds at 2,700 feet. So not much has changed yet on paper. It does feel like it is a bit more windy now. So pretty soon we are going to see the Cathay Pacific Cargo 7478 that we also saw land earlier in the stream leave again for Frankfurt, if I recall correctly. In the meantime, we are awaiting traffic coming this way. Right now, 2 airplanes coming this way. KLM flight 1285 going to Aalborg, and Embraer 190. Lisa has to go again. Thanks for stopping by. See you later. KLM flight 1295, E2 Embraer 195. Going to Billund behind it. German Airways with their new updated livery. Hadi Benny, goedemiddag. Good to see you again, mate. Tomasuna was referring to an A380. I'm not seeing any fat contrails in the sky, even though they are easy to spot now with more blue in the sky. Oh wait, there I think I see something. Yes, there it is. You can still see the Emirates word at the bottom. Also something red coming this way, ladies and gentlemen, members. Alright, German Airways. Flying on behalf of KLM, flight 1285, going to Aalborg. The new updated livery. It says now operating for KLM. And of course the polka dot tail. Right, ladies and gentlemen, members, it is time to make the chat bleed again. It is that time again. Initially this morning I saw 2 play airplanes on the roster for outbound, but I'm not sure that there are. E2 Embraer 195 to Billund, KLM flight 1295, next to take off here. This is the PHNXW, November X-ray Whiskey. The airplane is a year old, hailing from the year 2024, month not specified on flight radar. Now if that Cathay Pacific Cargo 7478 is about to line up on the center runway, could you guys give me a heads up in the chat? Next up, Play flight 461 A320neo going to Reykjavik in Iceland. The airplane 2 years old, first flight October 2022. The TF PPC Papa Charlie. Let's see. Where is the 747 now? 747 seems to be second now to leave from center right. Rodney also back in the chat. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. Okido. So we have a 777 here, and at center now, Cathay Pacific Cargo is lining up to Frankfurt, which is now next after this Transavia. This is KLM flight 635 taxiing out of the picture now, taking off here in a few moments. We're focused now on the next departure from the center runway. It's an airplane that we saw arrive here earlier in the stream on runway 06. Cathay Pacific Cargo. I am going to re-enable image stabilizer just to make sure that the footage is as stable as I can get it with the wind. Cathay Pacific Cargo, flight 2068 to Frankfurt is now coming this way. A 7478 freighter, 11 years old, first flight June 2013. Right, the 777 over here, lined up and spooling up as well. Piss poor timing. They couldn't just wait a minute or so. Well, let's see if we can get these two in the same shot then. Adi Robin, goedemiddag. Yellow, goedemiddag. Sim Approach, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Izzy, good to see you again. Paul H, good morning. Welcome back, everybody. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. It's a bit subtle, but they're also working here in the vicinity of the box, the ILS box. Once again, the Polderbaan in use for departures. If you joined us only now, you may have missed two quad squad departures from the Polderbaan earlier in the morning. In the first 15 minutes of the show, Suparna Airways already took off to Nanjing in China, and somewhere between 10 and 10:30 a.m. local time, there was also the departure of the Suriname Airways A340-600. Hey there, Omar. Good to see you again. Welcome back. This is KLM flight 1045 to Birmingham. Has to wait until the wake turbulence of the preceding wide body has dissipated sufficiently. Won't be long, I think. It's the PHBGQ. There it is. Clearance has been given. This particular airplane is 13 years old. First flight was in May 2011. Paul H says that A340 was great to see. Yeah, absolutely it was. Hopefully the return flight to Amsterdam will get delayed so that it doesn't arrive in the early morning here local time, but a bit later. I'm going back to the Kaagbaan tomorrow to film arrivals. If all is well, we should see it if it is a bit later than its schedule. So fingers crossed. Canadian bank robber, flight 809, returning to Canada with our money. Going to Toronto. KLM flight 1271 is behind it. That's the 737-800 to Copenhagen. Embraer 170 flying on behalf of KLM behind it. Now we know that KLM does not have Embraer 170s in their fleet, so it has to be a Britty hopper. It is now 6 minutes to 1, and if all is well, in about 6 minutes from now, this runway will become the only runway for outbound traffic once more for another hour, so between 1 and 2 o'clock. And indeed, Kyra, another bank robber is also coming. I also spotted it. Air Canada flight 901, which will be leaving with the remaining money to Montreal. First up, Air Canada flight 809 to Toronto. The elephant is getting closer, yeah. I'm looking around to see if I can spot that elephant. I keep hearing it, but not yet have I been able to catch it on footage. Now in the meantime, I see that we have crossed through 500 likes. Maria is celebrating and is thanking you for your support today. I am thanking you as well. A massive big thank you to all of you for the likes. It's a free and easy way to support the channel, get its content across to a wider audience. People who are also into live streams like you guys are, but who might not have heard of AMS Live yet. Liking and subscribing is a simple and free way to support the channel. Another way to support the channel is by throwing gifted memberships around, just like Wolfgang just now did, which he totally didn't have to do because as a moderator he is already doing more than enough to support the channel as it is. Wolfgang, thank you so much, my friend. You really didn't have to do that, you know that. I hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from you will thank you for it. Say Dankeschön, Herr Wolfgang, and will enjoy the custom emojis that they have at their disposal now for a month. Welcome to the Skylines new members. Don't forget to vote. You can still vote until next week, Thursday. There's a poll running. 2 remaining competitors left to determine the 30-second custom emoji. Firefighters versus Lufty. Doesn't matter if you are a new member, an old member, if your membership is bought or gifted. If you're a member, you're eligible to vote in the community section. And there's an election going on for the 30-second custom emoji. Briefly, only briefly, did we cross above 1,400 members, and that released the slot for the 30-second emoji. We're still well under once again, but the slot, by securing it with a temporary placeholder, remains available. So that means you guys can use a 30-second emoji. Now it is the orange KLM logo, which I once made for King's Day. And here is the Britty Hopper to Glasgow, an Embraer 170. Kyra is letting us know that Chinese A350 lined up on center. Yeah, another one getting away. An angry looking A350 on its way to China. Tanya also back, tuning in from Bangkok in Thailand. Welcome back. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined. Right, team firefighters, team firefighters. Mike Wild, also back in the chat. Didn't see you there, mate. Apologies. Good to see you again. Adri is signing off and says until the next one. Thanks for stopping by, Adri. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hopefully see you again soon. Paul is disappointed that the Gulf of Yorkshire got voted out. There were several good candidates that unfortunately didn't make it through the first 2 rounds. Now, if we ever cross 1600 likes, which we are still pretty far away from, but if we ever do, another slot will become available. I think from here on until 5,000 members, it's 1 new slot every 200 new members. This was the 1400 member emoji slot becoming available. The next one will be at 1600. New elections will follow in due course if we ever get to that point, of course. And this is Air Canada flight 901 to Montreal. Another, well, not bank robber, but another Canadian getting out with our money. Howdy howdy, who is tuning in from the other side, from the medical services dispatch. Hope you guys are having a quiet day with not a lot of medical emergencies to take care of. KLM flight 1033 to Persenchester and then Bro 190. Howdy Jurgo, who says good afternoon from a Canadian. Good afternoon, mate. Well, I am really thrilled that I still have my winter parka on, although I am wearing only a t-shirt below it and no longer a woolen sweater with the constant wind blowing from behind me. Happy that I can pull up the hoodie a little bit to keep the neck from freezing. Hey there, Zolurk. Zolurk also back in the chat, and MO is too. There's a 787-10 Dreamliner now coming this way as well. Which is going to go to Calgary. Now, it is 1:02. So if all is well, we shouldn't be seeing any more departures from the center runway, or hardly any left, because normally between 1 and 2 only one runway open for outbound traffic, and that is this runway. Power hour has begun, even though it is actually an inbound rush hour with 2 runways open for inbound traffic. But since everything leaving Schiphol now in the upcoming hour has to go through this runway, it means things get a bit more busy and we're not missing out on any airplanes that are taking off from the wrong runway. Whoa, 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 whoa. John, what are you doing? Scrolling back up. And please correct me and tell me what the right emphasis is. Is it John Mackenzie or John Mackenzie? It's probably Mackenzie, but do let me know how to properly pronounce your last name. John just now went ahead and gifted 50 bleeding memberships. What the actual F? Are you... Is this the alter ego of John Dutch Canadian? This is insane. John, mate, thank you so much for your tremendously insane generosity there. 50 gifted memberships just now, courtesy of another John. And the chat is still updating the names, the 50 names of people who just received a gifted membership from John McKenzie. John, mate, thank you so much for such immense generosity. That is above and beyond. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, 50 new members. If you received a gifted membership from John just now, or earlier, maybe today from somebody else, don't forget to thank the gifter. Please use the custom emojis that you have at your disposal as a gifted member for a month. Use them however you see fit. Spamming is not allowed, but custom emojis you are allowed to use as much as you please. John, mate, thank you so much for that insane generosity. 50 gifted members, courtesy of you. Maria says, could you read out the names of the new members, please? Have you got a moment? John, truly above and beyond, mate. Thank you so much. And could you let me know, is it Mackenzie or Mackenzie? It's probably Mackenzie. But you've also got names, McEnroe, for instance, where you do pronounce it a little bit differently. I want to pronounce your last name properly. So could you let me know how to properly pronounce it? Thank you once again so much. Insane, insane, insane. So yeah. 50 new members in one go. Insane. KLM and Bro 175 is coming this way. EasyJet is also coming this way. I don't suppose that any of these airplanes are going to take Cheater's Lane. KLM won't. KLM to Gdansk. EasyJet following. Now, be careful when you guys look at this airplane more closely, because it is going to Luton, and if you are Luton intolerant, it might give you the cramps. We have our answer. They're all going to the threshold, first in, first out, in the order of appearance. Mackenzie. It's Mackenzie, right. Thanks for clearing that up. John McKenzie, it is. This is KLM flight 1305 to Gdansk in Poland, and then Bro 175. Michael DCA says we're getting another emoji sooner than you think. Well, if it continues the way it has been today, it certainly will. Mind you though, last time there was another John who was giving out a tremendous amount of gifted memberships, and the vast majority of those memberships, of course, just expire and don't get renewed. It means that we had a substantial climb in members, but after that month, also a very sudden and substantial drop. So we are further away from that new custom emoji than you may think. Although we are going in the right direction again today. This is EasyJet flight 22516 to London Luton. Look away if you are Luton intolerant. Might give you the cramps. Kara says 3 more airplanes coming this way. Absolutely, I can see them. Its place just got home from school. So we have one German Airways Embraer 190 already making its way over to the runway threshold. A duo, a wide body and a narrow body are coming. Everything else that you see on the platform that is going out will be coming this way from 1 till 2. This runway is the only runway for outbound traffic, often resulting in a massive exodus with long queues. Even though it is now actually an inbound rush hour, because there are 2 runways open for inbound traffic and just 1 for outbound. So on paper, actually, it should be an inbound peak. But since everything will have to go out through this runway, there's also sort of a power hour going on here. John Vogel is back, Jill Bima is back, Bart, goedemiddag, good afternoon, welcome back one and all. You guys are watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. We're standing here at the Polderbaan, which has become the only runway for outbound traffic now. Wind is still blowing from the north. We began the day with overcast conditions. Like yesterday, things are opening up slowly but surely. In the first 15 minutes of today's show, Suparna 747 left for Nanjing in China, and somewhere between 10 and 10:30, the A340-600 also left for Suriname. Hopefully we'll get to see it again tomorrow morning when it returns to the Netherlands from Suriname. This is German Airways flying on behalf of KLM, and it's going to Nuremberg in Germany. KLM flight 1843. A380 is now in the vicinity of Almere. Which runway has it been assigned to, guys? Is it going to this to 36 right, or is it going to the Kaagbaan? We have a cheater on cheater's lane. This is EasyJet to Palma de Mallorca. It is an A320 Neorio. Hard to look into the cockpit. Keen observers among you will see that there is work being done here on the other side of the canal. You have to look closely, but if you're vigilant and awake, you can see it. A very good afternoon to everybody who has joined. Wouter, Matt, and all the others. Milan, good afternoon. A380, which runway has it been assigned to? Alsmeerbaan. Okay, thanks Maria. So it's going to land on the furthest removed runway from this vantage point. We should be able to see it, but don't get your hopes up too high in with respect to seeing a lot of details. Another KLM 78710 to LAX. This is KLM flight 603. We already saw 601 earlier. This is the PHBKC. 5 years old, first flight October 2019. We're at the Polderbaan. Can you dig it? Bam! Yes, you can. Next up, Transavia. An all-white Embraer 190. Another triple. And more Transavia by the looks of it. Wide bodies in the background are coming this way. Now in front of the main tower is the 777-300 to Willemstad Curaçao. And another 777-300 to Sao Paulo behind it. And after that a 787-10 to Chicago O'Hare. Nobody's taking cheater's lane. Every narrow body here now going in the order of appearance. First in, first out, in other words. Lined up right now, Transavia going to Napoli in Italy. Flight 6409, the PHHXA Hotel X-Ray Alpha. A 9-year-old airplane, first flight February 2016. Let me see if I can make it to the computer. I was able to do so. Lauwe van der Heijden just now went ahead and also added 10 more members to the already existing number of members. 10 gifted memberships, courtesy of Lauwe. Lauwe, thank you so much. Another very, very generous act by you. 10 new members courtesy of you. I hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from you will say thank you for it or dankjewel, and will enjoy the custom emojis that they now have at their disposal for a month. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge new members. And Lauwe, thank you so much for your generosity, mate. Bart says the weather looks perfect. Well, now it seems to approach perfection. There are still some clouds in the sky here and there. It actually was overcast when we began here this morning, so luckily things have opened up a little bit. I am actually still standing here with my parka, and although they are now no longer really needed, also my fingerless gloves. The wind is still firm and blowing from the north, pretty cool. Hey, bevroren patat, also once again a gifted member. Nice. Hello, hello, ghastly guy. Will McT is also back, tuning in from Dubai. Good to see you again, mate. Welcome back. Hadi Clementia, goedemiddag. And I did get a batch of rhubarb, but it was from my local Turkish greengrocer who sells it for €4 the kilo, but they are really nice and wide sticks. I don't have a little in my immediate vicinity, so I need to drive to a nearby village first to get there. So I haven't gotten around to get a new batch yet, although I do need to make me a new batch. First batch, absolutely delightful. Together with ripe fresh strawberries, the perfect side dish for dinner. A380 in the vicinity of Meidrecht and is about to land. I think I have it. There it is. So the A380 is going to land on the furthest removed runway here, the secondary runway in use for arrivals, runway 36 right. In the meantime, double triple time. 2 777-300 ERS. The first one is now lining up. The second one is behind it. Here's the second 777-300 in the foreground. That will be leaving for Sao Paulo. Now spooling up is KLM flight 735, a 777-300 to Willemstad, Curaçao. That's the PHBVC, Bravo Victor Charlie. First flight May 2009. And immediately upon leaving the ground in the shade, there is cloudiness still around us, although not nearly as much as in the beginning of the stream. Next airplane to take off is also a KLM 777-300ER going to go to Sao Paulo. That is in Latin America. You know what other country lies there? You're goddamn right. Now, I am at the computer for another reason, because I saw that Jerome, aka Captain Jerry Donnelly, who already came in this morning with a bang, just now gifted 5 more memberships. Jerry, thank you so much. You really didn't have to do that. Another 5 gifted memberships, courtesy of you. Welcome to the Skyline's new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Captain Jerry if you are one of his recipients of gifted membership. Welcome to the Aurora Skyline's new members, and Jerome, thank you so much for your generosity once again. And Clementia wonders if we have a Dirk in the vicinity. Yeah, we do have a Dirk in our village, so I'll have a look there then. Thanks for the tip. We also have Hoogvliet, and they also sell packages of 750 grams, also at a very good price. I'm not sure if it was €3 the kilo or if it was a bit more expensive, but it seems that everybody who is offering rhubarb on sale now is having a price of €3 to €4 the kilo. Perfect time to get some new supplies in. What also works a treat is that I have a sharp knife now to cut it in pieces with. Also a knife sharpening kit with whetstones, so that I can also grind my own knives. That makes so much difference. You think you have a sharp knife until you see the difference between a freshly sharpened knife. Jesse just had rhubarb pie. Ooh, that sounds tasty. I think I had that once. Also once had rhubarb crumble as a dessert. That is very tasty. And Captain Jerry sharpens his knives with whetstones and oil. Didn't know you needed oil for that. Right, so folks, if you joined us only just now, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing at the Polderbaan, which now is the only runway for departures. And what is happening here? Oh, wait. I accidentally started following one of the departures from just now, and my phone kept keeping updates about the flight. I thought, what is going on here? But there you go. So now, once again, Polderbaan, the only runway for outbound traffic until 2 o'clock approximately. That means another 35 minutes or so of everything leaving Schiphol through this runway. Britty Hopper, Amsterdam to NA. That's interesting. This is going to question mark. An Embraer 190 flying to question mark. That is interesting. We've often seen them fly to NA, also a very popular destination. This one is going to question mark. Oh, go, Bristol. Thank you, Marco. Bristol it is. Thanks, Richard. So yeah, we have a couple of airplanes that are now queuing up here. We have another wide body, and in the meantime, 1, 2, 3, 4 wide bodies, including this one. This is a German Airways BA hybrid livery. It's German Airways, but the airplane used to belong to BA, hence the blue bottom on the fuselage and the blue engine casings. This one will be flying to Jörg's hometown of Düsseldorf. It's flying under the moniker of KLM Flight 1801. It is an Embraer 190 short range, and that seems appropriate for a flight that is less than 100 nautical miles. Already 17 years old, this airplane. First flight was somewhere in 2008. So yeah. Is that another wide body coming this way? The answer is yes. Is that Emirates Flight 146? I think it might be. Right, and this is EasyJet Flight 23302 going to Edinburgh. A320neo. This is the Guzzles GUZLZ. Brand new airplane, first flight September 2024. Now Michael wants pie, so do I. All that talk about rhubarb pie and rhubarb has made me a little hungry. First it was fries with mayonnaise, and now it is rhubarb. Meanwhile, Herpa Derpa Derpa will be next to leave. And Rodney is celebrating another gifted membership, I think. Thanks, Lauwe van der Heijden, for the membership. Rodney, appreciative of Lauwe's gifted membership. Thank you, Lauwe, and welcome back, Rodney. Oh, it's Emirates Sky Cargo. Thank you, Kyra. So this is the Herpa Derpa Derpa. Herpa Derpa Derpa, KLM Flight 1945 on its way to Bosshell in Switzerland, dropping off nasty bosses in Bosshell. Herpa has been going viral now for 75 years. Hadi Halm, goedemiddag. Good to see you again, mate. Welcome back. Hey, Cigar will be passing by on the A5 truck of Euro products. Ooh, the A5. I can see glimpses of it from over here, but I'm not sure that we were able to catch your truck from over here. Would be nice if we were. Hey there, stranger. Good to see you again, mate. Been around since 10 a.m. but didn't get the chat until now. Huh? How on earth is that possible? So, Emirates Sky Cargo. But first, time for another heavy hitter. KLM Flight 757 to Panama City. That's very close to. This is a 777-300 It used to be Marissa's beloved SkyTeam livery. This is the PHBVD that I alluded to earlier. Used to be in the SkyTeam livery, now back. Back to standard livery. The BVD, 15 years old. First flight was in August 2009. So yeah, we are at the Polderbaan. Can you dig it? Emirates Sky Cargo will be leaving next. Delta A330 Neo after that. And Cigar is passing by on the A5 highway right now. Well, can we see it? Probably going to be very difficult to identify that particular truck. We really ought to know what it looks like precisely and where exactly you are driving. On paper, we should be able to see trucks on the A5. Those small patches where we can see through those those boards that are there to prevent the noise from emanating too far away from the runway. The highway. Hey, that's a good suggestion, Jelle. Start a second channel, A5 Live. That would be something, wouldn't it? This is Emirates Sky Cargo, flight 9920 to Dubai World Center. Alpha 6 Echo Foxtrot Mike is the registration. It is a 777 freighter, 11 years old. Liwa has to go. Thank you for stopping by, Liwa. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate, and hopefully see you again later in the weekend. Sarah also tuning out. Thank you for stopping by, Sarah. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hope to see you again tomorrow, or if not tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. This is Delta Airlines Flight 137 to Detroit, Michigan. It is an A330 Neo, November 430 Delta X-Ray, brand new airplane, less than a year old. First flight was in August 2024. Next airplane after this looks to become a KLM A330-300. Going to Washington. High flights with Ponique says regards from Hazerswoude. Regards back. Chris says Beluga above Alkmaar. Is that so? I think we ought to be able to see it if it produces a contrail then. Hey, oh no, there's something big in the sky that isn't producing a contrail, but that I can see regardless. Yes, there it is. It's the big fat beluga. Thanks for letting me know. It isn't producing a contrail, as you guys can see. I just saw a white blob looking to the north. It's the beluga. Yeah, clouds in the way. There you go. Even without the contrail, it was visible. And here the unmistakable sound of an A330-300. And this is the PHAKA, the fucka, as in how's your motherfucker? And Kara says that after the KLM there is an Anadolu jet with destination Istanbul. Is that green or... Yeah, that's the green one, isn't it? Chris asks if I go live on the Nevo top. I don't know for sure yet. I am going to try. But I don't know for sure yet. I'll have a look tomorrow after my stream tomorrow at a location where I should be able to have a good overview at Schiphol, but that is private, so inaccessible to others. And also somewhere where you cannot be sent away by military police. This is KLM flight 651 going to Washington. A330-300, it's the fucka. There's at least a triplet of airplanes coming this way now. And a Anadolu jet Max 8 going to Istanbul. To me it looks like a standard livery. Vueling to Barcelona next after that. And a KLM 737 to Athens after that. So I'm not seeing any special liveries here on this one. Further back, Delta Airlines and KLM to Nairobi are also coming this way. A330-300 and a 787-10. Chinese A350 is also underway, coming this way. And France to Paris, is that the baby bus? No, it is a Bombardier C-Series. Are we going to see any airplanes to the cheaters lane? Is what I'm wondering. Or will they all leave in the order of appearance? For now it seems that the latter is going to be the case. Hadi Gertjan, goedemiddag. Welcome one and all. So yeah, you're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. As most of you will have already seen, we are at the Polderbound right now. Now, for another 20 minutes or so, the only runway for outbound traffic. We're at the Polderbaan, and can you dig it? So 4 narrow bodies here. No, wait, I counted wrong. 3. 2 wide bodies are coming. And then more wide bodies and narrow bodies are coming. Don't know yet how many of which we'll see still. Right now, this is a MAX 8737 Anadolu jet to Istanbul. Registration TC LAC Tango Charlie Lima Alpha Kilo. 3-year-old airplane. First flight March 2022. A lot of rudder. Next up, Hans' favorite Vueling. This is flight 8303 to Barcelona. The EC MOG. That's Mike Oscar Golf. She's 8 years old. First flight November 2016. Yeah, the dot is still in place. The engine sounds of the A330 once again becoming very dominant here. This is KLM flight 1955 to Athens, 737-800. And the Delta A330 will be next after that by the looks of it. Another wide body from KLM behind it, so they'll probably leave in the order of appearance. First in, first out. Right, so let's see. E2 Embraer following the wide bodies. Yeah, everything that is here right now will leave in the order of appearance. First in, first out. So that means we are first going to see Delta Airlines flight 163 line up and leave for Minneapolis, Minnesota. This is the November 828 November Whiskey. This particular A330 is 9 years old already. First flight was in May 2016. And I see that Maria and Paul are mentioning that we crossed through 600 likes. Thank you all so much for that. A great feat on a Friday, which still is for most people a working day. Happy to hear that everybody is enjoying the stream, or at least a lot of you are. Now, if you are enjoying the stream and you haven't already, consider leaving a like and maybe subscribing if you haven't already. It's a simple way to help the channel reach a wider audience for free. Doesn't cost you a thing. It widens the spread, the reach of this channel. More people, the more the merrier. Still plenty of people who don't know the channel yet, who are also into live aviation streams. This is KLM flight 565, which is going to Nairobi. That's in Kenya, and that lies in... This is the PHBKF Bravo Kilo Foxtrot. First flight of this airplane was in December 2019, and that makes this airplane 5 years old. As Sarah Kay says, she's living right next to Nairobi Airport. Well, in that case, this one is coming your way. What's the flight time? 8 hours? 10 hours? Something like that. It's coming. Coming your way then, Sarah. Right, once again, it's getting more busy here. We have an angry looking Chinese A350 and something that resembles Shamrock. Another A330. This is FWOP. Airlines going to Erbil in Iraq. First up, this E2 Embraer 195 to London Heathrow, KLM flight 1009. Registration of this airplane is the PHNXU, that's November X-ray uniform. The airplane is a year old. First flight somewhere in 2024, month not specified on flight radar though. And are we going to see a cheater on cheater's lane? Is Shamrock coming this way? It looks like it. Shamrock is coming this way. Can you dig it? Yeah, long distance, another headshot. Hey, Bill J, also back. Good to see you, mate. And greetings to Groningen, Chris. KLM E2 Embraer 195 to London. You might wonder, London? Yes, London. Fish chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, merry effing poppins, London. The cheater in cheater's lane already lining up. Aer Lingus going back to Dublin in Ireland. Shamrock flight 605. It's an A321neo. The EI LRC. 5-year-old airplane. First flight October 2019. And it's also time for Maria's beauty sleep. She is signing off. Maria, thank you so much for joining. Sleep well and hope to see you again tomorrow then. Take it easy. And thank you for stopping by here today. UR Airlines going to Erbil in Iraq, flight 424. Regular A320, 18 years old already, first flight September 2006. Truck is reversing. You'll probably hear that. Yeah, I think they are, Bill. I'm not sure that they are. If you tell me they are, I happily believe it. They were fiddling with cables here. They now seem to have been put underground. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it is cable related. New fiber or something. The truck is reversing. And KLM flight 641 to New York JFK is pulling up. It's an A330-200. The truck will be blocking our view temporarily. The PH AOB, 19 years old. "19-year-old airplane, first flight was in July 2005. Robin says KLM 747 on the move and heading to Miami. So that is coming this way, regardless of whether or not the secondary runway is opening up again in, what is it, 9 minutes from now. That would be something, wouldn't it, Ray? Streaming platform with fiber. Here the truck was able to do a turn. Now, oh no, you bastard! No, not now! Not reversing. Oh, bloody hell. That is poor timing. China Southern Airlines to Guangzhou in China, an angry A350, and we're not going to see it. 5-year-old airplane, first flight June 2019. Oh, there it is. Phew. That was less bad than I thought. Indeed, John. Butt shot photobomb. So apparently there is a 747 on the move from KLM Cargo going to Miami. What a beautiful grand finale to end the stream with that, wouldn't it? Dukman says we need a new emoticon for party poopers like this truck as well. Duly noted. Yeah, well, as soon as we will reach 1600 plus members, be sure to put that in as a suggestion, because undoubtedly by then we'll have another round of elections. Right now, first we need to step over the 1600 member mark. Today we definitely made progress in the right direction, no doubt about that. Still got a feeling that we are still pretty far away from it. Rodney is outraged. The absolute nerve of some people. Have they no respect for airline video greatness? My thoughts exactly. Nah. Those guys also need to do their job, just like I am here. The truck is Dutch pride though, DAF. JetBlue, here we are once again. JetBlue flight 2289 to New York JFK will be leaving next here at the Polderbaan. November 4064 Juliet is leaving. The airplane is 2 years old. First flight was in September 2022. John says it calls for a mother trucker emoticon. Yeah, that's a good suggestion, guys. You mother trucker. Wolfgang says, read it backwards, so it's fad. That's German for boring. Not a lot of time to lose. Things are happening here. We have a cheater on cheater's lane. I also saw that Bill J has turned green and is celebrating Greenpeace to celebrate 12 months, he writes. Bill, thank you so much for your ongoing support. Congratulations on turning green. Another member has gone green. Greenpeace will be thrilled. I know I certainly am. Thank you for the ongoing support, mate. And I hope that everything in the lounge is still to your liking, Bill. If anything is amiss, let me know. Let me see what I can do to fix it. Another member has turned green. Another 1-year member in the form of Bill J. Mate, thank you so much for the ongoing support. Always a pleasure to have you in the chat. And the banter. Stove also back in the chat. Good afternoon, and good afternoon to all the others who might have joined. In the meantime, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and for the time being, Polderbaan is open as only runway for outbound traffic. How much longer remains to be seen. I am going to stick around though, because there is a KLM 747 destined to go to Miami, which will be leaving from this runway regardless of parallel departures or not. So we started the day almost immediately with a 747 in the form of Suparna. And my intention is to end it with the KLM 747 to Miami. Not sure if Lance is still around, but that is his favorite. KLM Blue 747. Now, just when you think things cannot get any worse, the truck is now lengthened. So we now not only have one, but two sizable visual impediments here. Things are going to get loud pretty soon here, because we have Air China cargo to Chengdu in China lining up here. Flight 3160, it is an A330-200 freighter. Registration Bravo 6092, 17 years old, first flight October 2007. It's ready to go. Move, B, get out the way, get out the way, B, get out the way, move. Right. Seems that the job is done. They're putting the roll with the cable, or where the cable was on the trailer. One of the excavators is already on the trailer. It seems that they are getting out of here. Which is also what I am going to do once this airplane has taken off. Last airplane of the day. Cliff is tuning in, says good morning Cliff, welcome to the show, mate. Our last airplane of today's show is coming this way, or is it? Yeah, it is. Or is there a wide body immediately behind it? No, it's just narrow bodies for the time being. So yeah, I am going to call it last airplane of the day, the 747. That will be the last airplane for today's show, and I will be back again tomorrow. You already know when and where my next streams will be. KLM Cargo coming this way, operated by Martin Air. It's the PHCKC, Charlie Kilo Charlie. The airplane is 21 years old, coming this way. First flight January 2004. For those of you joining us later, you may have missed the departure of the Suparna Airways 747 in the beginning of the stream. It happened in the first 15 or so minutes. And between 10 and 10:30 a.m. local time, we also saw the Suriname A340-600 leave for Paramaribo in Suriname. If all is well, it should return again tomorrow morning. If it is on time, it arrives really early. As in, I just woke up and usually I'm still in bed early, but if it gets delayed, we might get to see it. Should land on Kagbaan if all things are going according to plan. So hopefully the A340 tomorrow will leave from Paramaribo with a couple of hours of delay. The more the merrier. Then it will arrive in the duration of tomorrow's stream. It's the PHCKC coming this way. Two airplanes in its wake. Two narrow bodies. Some sneaky cheetahs. I think you might be right, Paul. Although maybe not. I'm not sure. You may be right. Might also be that they are leading them. Well, we'll see. Let's just have a look. Yeah, one cheater already. One cheater already. This is KLM flight 1705. Oh, airplane inception. It is airplane inception. KLM flight 1705 and KLM flight 1763, two back-to-back Embraer 190s to Brussels and Bremen in Germany respectively. Thing is, there's a queen over there, KLM, which I think is a bit more interesting to look at. Airplanes preceding Quad Squad members usually don't get much love here at AMS Live, and that particularly is the case when these airplanes are narrow bodies. One of the two Embraer 190s is taking off, you can hear it. The other one is not moving. Is it moving? Doesn't seem to be moving. No, wait, it is, I think. Yeah, it is. KLM Cargo will have to wait until the second cheater has also vacated the runway. German Airways to Bremen. Greetings, Captain. Und Wiedersehen. Bis bald. Tschüssis. Oh. And indeed. The airplane that we used to know as Chucky. It's the Pre. All right. Everything okay in there? Yeah. Bye bye, Chucky. Right. Last airplane of the day. The PHCKC. Going to Miami, Florida. 747-400 freighter, 21-year-old airplane, first flight January 2004. We began the stream almost immediately with Suparna in the first 15 minutes, and we are going to end the stream today also with a Queen. It seems very appropriate. I already am going to say my thank yous to all of you. Thank you so much for joining me here today. I had a wonderful time. Hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I have. If you have enjoyed the stream and you haven't already, consider leaving a like and subscribe if you want to help the channel for free to reach a wider audience. It's getting packed here with traffic mofos. It's getting worse here. 2 trucks in a row here. All right, they're moving. They're done with the works, and since I'm also done with the stream, the guys from BAM are saying, screw you guys, we're going home and celebrate weekend. A massive big thank you for all of you to join me here today. I had a great time. Hope you guys enjoyed it as well. A massive big thank you for everybody who supported the channel in the forms of likes, subscribing, becoming a member. Gifted memberships, of course, plenty there today. John in particular, thank you so much once again for your very stupendously generous 50 membership gift. Mods, thank you so much for keeping the chat friendly and accessible to all. A massive big thank you to all of you. Right, well, you guys know already my roster for this weekend. I'll be back tomorrow. Lisa will join me as well. We'll be at the Kaagbaan, and on Sunday we'll return to this location, but then further to the north for more departures. For now, thank you all for joining me here. Enjoy the rest of your day. Stay safe, stay healthy, and I will see you again soon. Bye for now, guys.